Hi there my friends, welcome to my YouTube channel. Hope everyone's keeping well. Well, it's finally happened. Everybody's been asking for it, longer videos. So this one is running at just under 2 hours. So grab yourself a drink or get your sketchbook out or get some painting materials out and just chill out with me for 1 hour and 55 minutes. Okay, we're working on pastel matte paper. We're using soft pastels and pastel pencils today, and we're creating a Lynx, and you can see the finished painting top left hand side, so you can see where I'm aiming. I don't go into depth in this video with the background. I just show basic application at the beginning and then we're straight into working on the Lynx. If a background is something that you'd like to see in more depth, then once you've watched this video, head over to Polar Bear in Pastel, and that video shows a nice in-depth portion of working on a more detailed background and how I go applying all the layers and things like this. In short, what I did with the background on this one, I went in with soft pastels first, as you saw at the beginning of the video. And then once I got a nice base coat of differing tonal values of greens, from quite a dark green, mid green and a light green, I then went on and used one of these soft tools that you can see me using now and just popped it into the white pan pastel and then did some vertical lines just to create a feeling of out of focus trees in the background. It's quite simple to do. Just wanted to keep everything out of focus in the background so that the main focus and detailing would be on the Lynx itself. So if you're new to pastels, I definitely recommend Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. I don't use any other pastel paper now. This is the one I always use and that I always recommend to people. It does everything a pastel paper should do. It has the texture of cork, which is quite unusual, and to touch it doesn't feel like it's got a lot of tooth, but when you start using it, it has tons of tooth, and I've never been able to run out of, well, I've not tried, but I've never run out of the ability to lay pastel down. It holds it so well that no fixative is required. As soon as a painting's finished, it's mounted, framed, and then sent off to the buyer, or if it's commissioned, sent off to whoever's ordered the commission, or it hangs on my wall, or it goes into an exhibition and things like that. And not once have I had any pastel fall off once a painting is finished, mounted and framed. So that's Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. The pastel that you saw me applying right at the beginning, and actually it's the pastel I'm applying now, is called PanPastel. They come in little round tubs like a makeup compact tub. You can buy the colours singularly or you can buy the colours in sets. They do a starter set, landscape set, portrait set. If you can afford it, I suggest you get the starter set of 20 pans. And then they're open stock, so you can buy singular colours if you want to, and you just simply build up your collection as you go, the colours that you think you're going to need. Or if you don't know if you're going to like them, because they're open stock, pick up a couple of colours that you think you're going to like and give them a try. Excuse me, but if you're anything like me, you're going to be smitten from the word go. So just blend in the pastel into the tooth of the paper with that paper stick. I can't remember what they're called, sorry. They begin with T, but I can't remember the name. Now these tools that you can see me using are also by PanPastel, and they're called soft tools, SOFFT tools, and they come in a variety of shapes. I think there's 4 in the set, and then they have little foam socks that you pop on corresponding shapes, and you can apply the pastel with that too. Okay, onto the Lynx. So eyes. For me, an animal portrait, I always start with the eyes, because for me the eyes are the most important part, because it's the part of a portrait that people look to straight away. I think that's quite natural. If you're a beginner, I suggest, or if you're working with a new medium maybe, I do suggest that you work both eyes at the same time. So the base colour goes onto one eye, and then that same base coat colour goes onto the other eye, and you work both eyes the same. The reason being is there's nothing worse than finishing painting one eye and then going to start painting the other eye and forget the process. So if you're new or unfamiliar with the medium you're working with, work both eyes at the same time. But here, because it's techniques and things that I've done for years and years and years, I create this eye and film it, and then I switch the video camera off and create the other eye. Okay, so when I go to create eyes, especially big cat eyes, they're wonderful if you want to practice painting or drawing eyes. Big cat eyes are wonderful because they normally have nice bright colours in them, and it's the brightest colour that I choose first. So whether it's a light bright yellow, as in this case, or a light bright blue, that takes some saying, or a light bright green, I go in with that colour first. Then the next colour I use, so it's bright yellow, then orange, and I'm just obviously delving into my pencil stash at the minute, and back with a brighter yellow, even brighter than the first bright colour that I put down. Pastels are semi-transparent, so the colour of paper you're working on will affect the look of the pastels. So because this is classed as a light grey paper, that may dull the effect of really bright colours until you get a few more layers on. So I've done the light bright yellow, then I've put an orange on and blended the two together with the rolled up paper stick that I can't remember the name of. Now I'm going in, this is sort of a burgundy colour, so I'm going in there and just outlining the bottom edge of the eye, just so I don't lose those guidelines. Then a reddish brown going in, and the idea is to create that dome-like effect that we see on an eye. We know eyes are round, don't we? We know they're shaped like a snooker ball or a football, and we want to recreate that on a flat piece of paper. That's the whole idea, and then it becomes like an optical illusion, I guess. You think you're seeing something that actually isn't there. So there will be no texture, as in physical texture, but we want visual texture. That's what we're looking for, to make eyes look more interesting. So by putting darker colours around the edges of the eye, it starts to make the eye look like it's doming off the paper, hopefully. So carrying on, so I've put a shadow line around the bottom of the eye, and now we're just building up the darks around the edges of the eye, and we'll be blending those into the lighter areas just to create a feeling of a domed effect. At this point, the reference images have been put to one side, because eyes, if you want to get really, really particular and lots of detail into an eye, you need to be creating it quite a bit bigger than this. So because I'm limited on space, I just want the eyes to look how I want the eyes to look. When you're working from a photograph, that photograph is just a guideline, really. It's just something for you to refer to, as in the word reference. You want to make the painting your own. I get sort of maybe 3/4 of a way through a painting, and then I put the reference image away. We're not trying to recreate a photograph. This is my interpretation of a photograph. I already have the photograph, I already have the photograph that's been taken by a friend, Emmanuel Keller. I don't need another photograph. I want my interpretation of that photograph. I hope that makes sense. So I've gone right round the bottom edge with the dark colours, and now I'm adding other tones, and it's just backwards and forwards, just trying to get a nice balance, trying to get the colour to look how I want it to look and the form to look how I want to look. As you can see, I'm saving the pupil for last. I don't go in with the pupil first. Now we've put quite a bit of yellow down, and eventually we're going to put some black down, but I don't want the black right next to yellow, because if the two mix you get this awful dirty green colour. If you've worked with acrylics or watercolours, you may have experienced it where black's touched yellow and you've ended up with it's a really weird colour. It's just like this, yeah, muddy green. It's not nice. So that's another reason why the oranges and this reddish brown is being put down before any black goes down at all. It's just protecting the yellow areas from when the black goes down. Okay, so some more highlights. Backwards and forwards. I do fiddle quite a bit with colours, but one thing I can suggest is people ask me, what colours do you use? And really, it's anything that's at hand. And I do go through an awful lot of colours in one portrait, because if I pick up one and I try it and I don't like it, I put it back down and I'll pick up another one. Colour isn't the be all and end all. I'm looking for contrast in this eye. The contrast is the difference between the lightest of the lights and the darkest of the darks, and it's the contrast in the end that will make this eye pop. Okay, so I've gone round the pupil with a little bit of dark as well, and just add in this nice reddish colour, sort of a muted red. I think the pencils I used throughout this project were Derwent and Cretacolor, but I'll obviously list everything in the description. Now we're going in with black. Black's going in, and I'm not going to let the black go anywhere near where there's yellow. So just defining those edges around the eye. Turning the pencil as I work, and the reason I'm turning the pencil in my hand as I work is just to catch a sharper edge, just so that I'm not having to continually sharpen my pencils to keep a fine point. Just keep turning the pencil in your hand, and the paper itself actually sharpens the point of the pencil to a certain extent. When I do want to physically sharpen a pastel pencil, I take the wood surround off with a knife. There is a video on my YouTube channel how I do that. It's not just a case of grabbing a knife and just slicing off pieces of wood. There is a knack to it to stop the pastel itself from breaking. So if you want to check that out, please feel free to do so later. But yeah, so if I do come to the point where I do need to sharpen a pastel pencil, it's just a case of taking some of the wood off with a knife, sanding the pastel pigment itself on a piece of fine sandpaper. So when you see me use the rolled up piece of paper, I'm literally just pushing pigment into the paper and just doing a little bit of blending between the colours, that's all. So I've been on with white, now I'm going on with a grey, a light grey. Just altering the tones and just altering little bits of detail and things, just until I get the eye looking how I want it to look. And I can spend ages on eyes. It's probably the most time consuming part of a portrait, I would say, is just getting the eyes right. The eye looks a bit misshaped, I guess, but that's the angle I've got the camera going in at, because I do get quite up close and personal when I'm working on the eyes. So I had to have the camera offset slightly. I work upright at the easel with pastels, so no way was I going to go an overhead shot. I know a lot of pastel artists work with their project flat on a table with an overhead camera, but I don't work like that. I work at an easel. I work on a table if I'm working watercolours, but nearly all of the mediums are worked upright at an easel. So just defining the outer edge. And I know that the eyelashes and the eyelid are going to create a slight shadow across the top of the eye, so that will be going in as well. And it's just thinking about things like that. The shadowing part at the top isn't actually in the reference photo, but when you see a photo, you know that that photo is real and that's how things actually look. but when you're creating a painting, what might look correct in a photograph doesn't always look correct in a painting, so you need to keep that in mind as well. So really being careful with using black. Less is more when it comes to black and white, definitely. You can overdo the black, and you can definitely overdo the use of white, and if you use too much it loses its wow factor. So softening out the blackened areas with a touch of blue. That's a Derwent pencil. The Derwent are very soft and the Cretacolor pencils are a little bit harder. So whenever you see a burgundy barrel on a pencil, you know that's a Derwent one. So a little bit of burgundy gone in, and now a little bit of black. And feathering the edges of the pupil very, very slightly to make them look more realistic. In with a bit more black. Feathering out into the orange that, remember we put orange around the pupil. A little bit of blue, a little bit of reflective blue. Because as you can see in the finished painting, the sky above the Lynx is a very pale blue, powder blue. And a little bit of white going in, but not a harsh white. If you see a photograph where there's a pinpoint of white in the eye, it simply means that the photo's been taken with a flash. You'd see less of that nowadays. Nowadays, I sound, yeah, well, 57. So but I remember the days when every photograph, you know, taken in low light levels, the flash would go off from whatever camera you were using, and your subject would end up with this just pinpoint of white. And all that denotes nowadays is that it was taken with a flash, as was then. Okay, so we've got some more yellow in. So backwards and forwards, it's a long process. Putting a little bit more red in, just playing with the colours. And it's just about having fun. I think if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. You know, it's just, art should be enjoyable. It should be a stress-free time. It can be a little bit stressful, I guess, if you're working commissions to a deadline or gallery work to a deadline. Things like that can be a little bit stressful, but you've still got to enjoy the process. Softening edges. When you're working with pastel pencils, well, any pencils really, coloured pencils and things like that, be sure, if you've got a large selection of pencils, be sure to keep the ones out that you're actually working with. Don't slot them back in with the others, because the tendency can be to then pick up the wrong colour. Excuse me. Speaking of wrong colours, if by any chance when you're working on a painting that you do apply the wrong colour in a certain area, don't panic. If you can cover it up, that's fair enough, or if you can wipe it off, i.e. if you're painting you can wipe it off, then fine. But if you've applied a wrong colour and it's permanent, the best thing to do is apply that wrong colour in other places of your painting too. Then it will look deliberate and it won't look like a mistake. Just something to keep in mind. Pop that in your memory bank. So feeling as though this eye is coming to completion, I'll start moving out and out onto the eyelids, just darkening certain areas. Wow, this is a long video. Okay, so we're nearly 20 minutes in, folks. If you want to pause and get another drink, by all means do. So applying burgundy now to the area of skin that is at the bottom of the eye. And predominantly I am working dark to light during this project. You can work light to dark, but obviously you can also work dark to light. and I'll go between the two depending on what area of the project I'm working on. So we've got both eyes in now. Oh, you have to excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. So starting applying some base coats now. So I could go in and apply all these base coats with the PanPastels as I did the background, but I preferred to put down a lighter layer, and the reason being I wanted plenty of tooth, because there's a lot of detailing to go onto these areas now we're working on the Lynx itself. And I wanted lots of fur texture, so I knew I was going to be building up lots and lots of layers. And I know that the final layers, oh yes, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. I forgot I'd added my little, my little zebra, like and subscribe to the video. Yeah, please and like and subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, so carrying on. I knew that the layers, the detailing layers, especially the final detailing layers, were going to be of lighter colours, and I was going to be doing some glazing of the lighter colours too. So I didn't want any base coat layers that were too dark, because as I said earlier in the video, pastels they might look really opaque, you know, when you see them in packs. Whether it's soft pastels or pastel pencils, they look opaque, but when you start to apply them, you actually see that they're semi-opaque. You know, you can see the paper colour through some of them, depending on the colour that you're using. So just with that in mind, I wanted to make sure that the creams and whites that I was going to apply in later layers for the detailing were going to be able to sit okay over the base coat layers, and that the base coat layers weren't going to dilute the effect of the lighter colours, I guess you could say. So that isn't white that's going on, it's a pale olive, it's sort of a green colour, and you think, green, why would you add green to a painting of a lynx? But when it mixes with the grey of the paper, it actually doesn't look green. It's quite strange. It's quite a nice colour to use in animal portraiture. That's olive green by Derwent. So I'm just experimenting. This is the first part of the fur I'm working on, and I'm just experimenting with a few different colours. Some of those colours I'll carry on using throughout the rest of the project, and some I won't. And if it's a colour that I won't use again, I just pop it back in with all of the other pastel pencils that I haven't picked up yet. But obviously the ones that I am picking up and using and deciding to keep throughout the project, I keep in a little tray to one side of me. So going in with this blending tool again, just blending and pushing the pigment down into the tooth of the paper. Now when you look at a photograph and you see something white fur or white feathers, nothing is just pure white. Very rarely, unless a photograph's been, blown out and the contrast has been hiked up, nothing is just pure white. White's reflective, so it'll reflect colours surrounding it. And obviously where hairs overlap or feathers overlap, there'll be shadowing too. And obviously the shadowing won't be white. To make shadowing in white look more realistic, you can use blues, lilacs, and that will make the white look colder, cold shadows. Or you can use beiges and darker earth tones to make the shadows look warm. So I went with the warm slant on this. If I'd have had a snowy background, maybe I would have used blues and lilacs for the shadows in the white, but I stuck with nice muted earth tones for shadows. So the base coat's running down the left hand side of the cat's muzzle. I started applying these beiges and earth tones very lightly, light layers, so that when I go over them with whites and creams to create more fur detail, the shadows would look warm. I hope that makes sense. So applying darks and medium tones over the lighter base coats, and I'm not putting any pressure on these pencils at all. If you want to apply less pressure to a pencil, hold the pencil further back along the barrel. You only really need to hold it like in a writing instrument when you're going in for really fine detail. So I've turned the board round now. Those of you that have known me for a long time know, or will probably remember, that I did have a lot of problems with rotator cuff muscles in my shoulder. So I do rotate the board quite a bit just to make it more comfortable for me, and because I never ever want shoulder problems again now that thankfully they've gone. So applying a pink, that's a really light pink, and now applying white. And it's just to give it that little bit of interest. If I was to, and that's a very light yellow. So light pink, light yellow, white, mixing them together, add a bit of interest, a bit of depth. Now as you can see, as I'm adding the white hairs over this darker background, you instantly see it's starting to look like fur. And you can go backwards and forwards with this. So blending, that's I'm just blending with the white with the colour that's underneath, and that's tinting the white. Some of the techniques you can do on all pastel papers. Some techniques you can only do on pastel papers that have got a lot of tooth, like this Clairefontaine pastel paper. So just be warned, you know, processes do vary. Well, the process doesn't vary, but the outcome definitely does with the type of paper you're using. So going down and just skipping over the edge onto the background. I always put background in first when I'm working portraiture. I want the subject to be sitting on top of the background. That's why I do the background first. I think the worst thing that I see in students' artwork is when they do a subject and then decide to put a background in, and then they end up with like a halo around the subject because they've not been able to butt the background up to the project itself, the subject itself, sorry. So I always do backgrounds first and then the subject sitting on top. Blend the two together. So you can do this two ways. You can put down white hair strokes to begin with and then glaze colour over the top, which tints the white. Or you can put a colour down to begin with, put the white on top and then gently blend, and it's glazing that white but with the colour that's already underneath it. And during this project I go backwards and forwards between the two techniques. There's no reason why. I could just work with one of the techniques, but during this project I just seem to be in a little world of my own and I end up using both techniques. Feathering out again some of the lighter hair, and I really do go backwards and forwards, and the more of the painting I work through, the more I flit about from one area to the other. As I'm creating a painting, I'm constantly looking for colour correction and creating a sense of balance throughout the painting. So going on darker, because obviously when you blend colours they merge together, and if you've got a lot of white pigment they become a lot lighter, and sometimes you have to go back in and add darks again, but that's fine. Backwards and forwards, light to dark, dark to light, working on your project is fine in pastel, as long as you're working with quality products and you're using quality paper. So over to an ear. Let's see how we get an ear to look like an ear. And these Lynx ears are lovely, aren't they, with a tuft of fur sticking out the tops. They're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Okay, so as we did before on the face of the Lynx, we're just starting off applying some base coats. Rough and ready, we're just getting pigment on that paper. We're not putting in any detail at this point, we're just getting colour onto the paper so that it can be blended in and give us something to work on top of. So if you're unsure about what colours to use on a base coat layer, if you get your reference image and squint, you might get a few looks from people who are sitting with you, but squint at your reference image, and the colour you see when you're squinting, because you know, by squinting we get rid of all detail, don't we, when we're looking at something and we purposefully squint. The colour that you see when you're squinting is roughly the colour that you use for base coats on certain areas. You can do that, or if you've got photo editing app on your phone, just make your photograph blurry, so take it out of focus. You can darken it slightly, and then the resulting colours in certain areas are the colours you use for your base coats. It's really, really simple, and it takes the guesswork out of it. And as you become more proficient and more experienced, you can just look at a photograph. You won't have to blur it out or squint or darken it or anything like that, and you'll start to notice which base coats you actually need. So practice makes progress, not perfection. If we were to reach the point of perfection, there'd be no more challenges ahead, there'd be no more learning, and it'd be boring. So, yeah. And knowing that practice makes progress means there's no such thing as wasted time if you're drawing or painting, because even if it doesn't go how you want it to go, you're still constantly learning. Okay. Going in with some darks now. And all paintings go through a stage that as artists call an ugly stage. And when you do work like this and look back at it, you know, I can't remember doing this. I do that many paintings that it becomes a bit of a blur, but when I watch it back and you think, wow, that really did go through an ugly stage. It's quite comical really, but you just trust the process, trust the techniques, and yeah, just plough on through. And the best thing is to break your painting down. So break it down into smaller areas. If I were to do this technique of applying the base coats all over the Lynx in one go, oh my word, I think that would be really overpowering. Just to take, you know, looking at a large painting in the ugly stage, with everything looking in the ugly stage. But if you break it down, do the eyes, then do, you know, part of the face or one of the ears, and bring it to near completion, you can actually keep looking back at that part of your painting and think, I can do this. I can take it through the ugly stage to a more completed version of itself. And it just gives you a bit of a boost if you are off-put by the ugly stage of painting. And it's just about layering. You just keep on layering. Keep on layering until it looks like you want it to look. If at any point, if you're using a less than pastel paper, so a pastel paper that doesn't have the layering capabilities of ones like Clairefontaine Pastel Mat, then get yourself a can of fixative. So the two that I can recommend are Winsor & Newton Pastel Fixative, Loxley Pastel Fixative. I've used both of those on projects where I'm working pastel on different kinds of paper, and you can just spray between layers or do an initial spray on a normal piece of paper, and it gives you a bit of tooth. If this isn't to hand but you do have some white gouache, then you can get a piece of paper like watercolour paper, coat it with a layer of white gouache, let it dry or dry it off with a hairdryer, either way, and then work on that with pastel. You will be able to layer up a few layers. It will never be the same as working on Clairefontaine Pastel Mat paper. No, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not getting paid to mention their product. I just think it is perfect for pastel. I've used other mediums on it as well. It will take mixed media, so it will take water-based products and acrylics and inks and graphite, charcoal, obviously pastel. It will take a multitude of products, but it really does shine and come into its own when using pastels, soft pastels and pastel pencils. It's what it was made for, and it's phenomenal. It's acid free, so archival properties exist. It's just perfect, it really is, and it's worth spending that little bit more. Art materials, as we know, in 2023 are not cheap. Everything's increased in price due to everything that's going on in the world. I'm not going to start getting into politics and things like that. And I know that for some people, you know, paper is expensive. It's expensive for me. So, but the thing is, when you're spending hours, sometimes days, could be even weeks on projects, and you've paid out for your paints or your pencils or your pastels, and none of those are cheap either. It's such a shame when you see people, I don't want to say cheap out, but yeah, cheap out on paper. You know, the paper can be the be all and end all of a painting, because if you're using, say, paints on a cheap canvas and you've done this amazing painting, and then the paint starts to peel off the canvas, and it has nothing to do with the paint, but it's actually the canvas itself and how that was prepared, because you bought a cheap pre-gessoed canvas. It's such a shame. If you work, say you're working on a pastel painting and you're working on some pastel paper that has a medium amount of tooth, and you've applied, say, 3 or 4 layers, and your painting is going superbly, it's coming along, you can see where it's heading, and then, oh no, I can't add any more pastel, I've run out of tooth. Oh, well, there's not a lot you can do about that. You can spray some fixative on and hope that that will give you enough tooth for another layer, but then you might have to spray again for another layer and again for another layer, and before you know it, you've used up a can of fixative spray. I just want my materials to work for me and to do what they're supposed to do, and if that means spending a few pounds more on my paper, I'll do it. I don't want to get frustrated with my art materials. I don't want to get frustrated with the amount of time I might have to put into juggling my art material to try and get it to do what I want it to do and what it should be doing. So for me, I pay a little bit more. I know I've got good quality paper to go with my good quality products, and now I can sit back and relax and enjoy creating art. Okay, so moving back to the project. Applying these lovely tufts of fur, and when you look at the reference image, it just looks like this big black mass of tuft on top of his ear. We know, I know looking at that photograph, that is how he looked in the photograph, but to represent that in a painting, I think would look false. So I'm going in quite delicate with these tufts. The light will be hitting them. They're black, but they'll still be reflecting light sources around them, and I just wanted them to look softer. And I think it works. It works in the finished painting. If it had gone on too heavy, it probably would have looked a bit comical. So going back into the ear with some darks. I think that ear's looking quite nice now. Happy with it, how it's coming along. A few lights around the top, and done. And I have done the other ear. So again, as I said, working with the eyes, if you're new to a medium or you're a beginner, work the eyes up together. The ears, you could work up together, but you're getting a feel of the process, you're getting a feel of your materials. If you're trying a new technique, try it on a piece of paper to one side. So when you're working on a subject, whatever paper you're working on, excuse me, it's always nice to have a scrap piece of that paper to one side. That way you can try out colours, you can try out techniques, anything like that before applying them to your actual project, just so that you don't go in blind. So back to the project, working base coats again with pastel pencils as I did in the facial area. Just darkening the tones now across this part of the lynx's head and making the fur look a little bit denser. So when working on animal subjects, it's always good to get a good reference image, look at the direction the fur's growing, because it doesn't just grow in one direction, it alters quite a lot as you work around the face and body contours of animals, and it's just nice to portray that like for like. Plus hair length changes across the subject as well. So where the nose is, as you go up the muzzle towards the eyes, the hair is very, very short. Getting towards the forehead and the eyebrow areas, the hair gets longer and directions begin to change about how the hair's laying. The top of the head, we're only going to be able to see the tips of the hair because the hair in front of them is covering our view. So just bear in mind when you're looking at a reference image, just if you can make a little note on a piece of paper if you want to, which direction hairs are going and how they change length and things like that. So the video itself is very self-explanatory, and I'm losing my voice. Just going to have a drink. I'm back. Building up layers. I use this, it's like a yellow ochre Derwent colour. I use that quite a lot throughout the project. And burgundy. Just creating a texture in that base coat layer. And obviously when you go through, so you can create I'm not putting detail in. I think there's the definite difference there between detail and texture. So the texture I want in the base coat layers, and I just use the pastels quite randomly, use a lot of different colours, then blend them down with the paper stump that I still can't remember the name of, and then once they're blended down, all the different colours I've used don't blend all together and become just one colour. You still end up with a lot of different tones and values in that base coat, so that when you go on top with your detailing layers, all that does show through to a certain extent, and it just gives you that added depth. And that's what you're looking for. This the first, it's dense. It's not like let's have a think. Think of a Labrador, a smooth coated Labrador, where the hair is laying quite flat to the body, the contours of the body. But whereas with a lynx, the hair is a lot denser. And to get that feel of depth within a painting, you do need to be layering quite a bit with your base coat layer and with your detailing layers on top. Going on with the cream, a creamy yellow colour. It's the yellow colour that we used on the face of the cheek portion of the lynx. So yeah, it's not cream, it is a light yellow. I used the light yellow, the light pink and the white throughout this project, and the three of those are by the Cretacolor. And you can buy those open stock, or you can buy them in sets. As with Derwent is you can buy the colours open stock, or you can buy those in sets. And I have a code, and I will pop it in the description below. Let me make a note of that, Derwent code. Let's have a look. And if you use the Derwent code on their website for the remainder of this year, so it runs out December, last day in December, you can get 25% off any product at Derwent, and that's kindly being kindly gifted to me to give to you all. So yeah, that's a Derwent code that will get you 25% discount on their website for the remainder of this year. Last August 22, I was invited by Derwent to become a Derwent ambassador, and I gladly took that offer up, and this is one of the things they've sent to me to offer to you. So thank you, Derwent. And moving back to the project. Building up the layers. It's, as I said, it's very self-explanatory. If you have any questions, please drop them in the comments below. If you'd like to see me work on a particular subject or in a particular medium or both, then please drop that in the comments as well. I'm making a list, a to-do list of all the ones people have asked me to do, and then I will be ticking them off as I'm doing them. This project was actually created for a workshop, pastel workshop I ran yesterday, and the participants did remarkably well. I'm so proud of them. All ladies this time, which was nice. We normally get a mixture of men and women. It was all ladies this time, and it was lovely. There was a lovely camaraderie by the end of the day. It was very nice, very enjoyable workshop. Proud of them all. I'm not sure how long this painting took to create, because generally I'm working on more than one project at a time, so I don't sit for 8 hours a day and just plod away at one painting. It would I think that'd be a little bit too much for me, so I do go between projects, and the painting will go on and off the easel over the course of maybe 2 to 3 months, I guess. Sometimes less, sometimes more, depends on the size and style and how busy I am and things like that. Okay, so this is nice and close up, so you can actually see some and playing around with my camera there. Okay, so going in with base coats now, working on this part of the forehead, and as you can see, the top of the head, where I've put some detailing, they're literally just little ticks of colour, because how the fur is going back over the head, or it'll still be standing up but further away, and it's going to be, the view of the hairs right at the back are going to be obscured by the hairs in front of them, so you will literally just see the tips of the hairs. So they were created just with ticks of colour, little flicks of colour. But now you can actually see the fur being formed with the base coats going on. I'm bringing out some markings, and I didn't copy the markings like for like from the reference image. It would be too monotonous. As long as the fur's going in the right direction, and I could place the markings in that would be correct for the species, but probably not correct for the actual individual. I don't need this Lynx to be able to identify itself via a painting. So, you know, if you are doing a commission though of somebody's pet, or someone's commissioned you to do an animal portrait from their photograph of whatever, maybe they've been on safari and they've photographed a lion and they want you to recreate that in a painting, you do need to be marking specific then, obviously, because people know their pets and people will know they're, you know, the photographs that you've used for a commission-based project. So you do need to be really specific then. But when you're doing something like this, where it's, you know, a painting of a lynx, that's all I wanted to create, is a pastel painting of a lynx. I don't need to be marking specific then. I just need to be true to the species. I mean, I couldn't put tiger stripes all over this lynx. No, it wouldn't look right. So you do need to keep the species in mind, but that's all. And as long as the fur is going in the right direction and it's of the right length, the right hair length for the part of the project you're working on, then you can, you know, you can be a little bit more relaxed with the where the markings go, as long as they're correct to the species. So lots of texture going in. Placing colours in quite randomly, just to give it that added depth and interest. It just adds interest. If you're random with your colour going in, it just adds more interest. I think it's the diversity of colour in the base coats that gives it more interest too. Stops the finished project from looking flat. Going in with some darks. Don't go in with blacks either. Might go in with a little bit of black right at the end, just to put a little bit of shadow into the dark markings, but apart from that I didn't use black in the fur that I can remember anyway. You watch it, the video will prove me wrong, but I can't recollect using black in the fur. Just building up those layers slowly but surely. Working with the same colours now. I'm not deviating away now from, I'm not bringing in any new colours now. Now that I've done the left hand side of the face, I'm happy with my colour choice now. No, I don't need to bring any more into the mix. You can work with too many colours. I think especially beginners, when they buy maybe a set of 120 colouring pencils or 120 pastel pencils or a box of 48 watercolour paints, I think it can be a little bit daunting, and sometimes they think they have to use everything in one painting, and that's not the case. You're best to work with a limited palette to begin with, and then add to it as needs be. And you know, you don't need to use every colour in the box. You know, it's just building up gradually with your colours until you've got enough, but not too many, and that comes with practice. Just adding some highlighted tips of the hair there with the cream, well, yellow, very light yellow. Coming back in with the Derwent, and it's a little bit dark, but it's still showing up, and that again gives it a little bit of diversity. So we don't want every hair showing. Some of them wouldn't. Some of the hairs wouldn't be catching the light. The light would be, the other hairs would be shadowing them. So you do want some darker hairs in there as well. And there you can see a pencil where I've removed the wood with a knife and sanded the pastel itself on sandpaper. My preferred method. And as I said, there is a video on my channel just showing how I do that, and how I then use the pigment that has been sanded off. I use that as a paint, mix it with water and use it as a paint, so nothing is wasted. Nothing needs to be wasted. Okay, starting on the base coats for this longer hair. Applying some earth tone shades, and this will be for the shadowing underneath the lighter hair to give it depth and dimension. letting some of the pencil strokes now overlap the green to break up that solid line. A little bit of grey going in, and that grey really is probably near enough the same colour as the paper, so it's sort of merging with the colour of the paper, and it's blending the other earth tone colours together too, and putting some of the hair strokes in, and the white and cream will overlap those too. So it's all about adding that sense of depth and shadow. So this colour, the colours that are going on now, these colours will create the shadow areas when the fur goes on top, when the detailed fur goes on top. Yellow, going in with the yellow again. And keeping the strokes random, heading in the right direction, and no straight lines. There's very few straight lines in nature. Hairs, and in particular, are not straight. They generally have a curve or a kink, and even some have like a little wiggle on them shape. So trying to get that coming out in the fur, blending those together for even more layers to go on top. So as you can see, it is, you know, even though this is sped up 300 by 300, I think, it's still, so it's 3 times as fast as I was actually working. It's still a lengthy process, just building up the layers to get it to look how I want it to look. And this working dark to light, obviously getting the white in, and it doesn't have to remain white. It can be, I can be tinting it, and tinting is just altering the hue of a lighter colour by adding a translucent colour, a different translucent colour over the top. And there you go. So using that technique that you've just seen there, I worked down the chest area. And now I can move over to this side. So in all of my paintings, I like to work back to front. So working from something that's further away from the viewer, and then gradually working to what's nearer to the viewer. Like doing the background first and then the subject. So the same thing can be applied to this area of the cat. So I want to do these long creamy white hairs running down the neck area before I do the chin area, and then I can do the cheeks. Yeah? So the chin is going to sit on top of the area I'm doing now, and then the cheeks, the top part of the muzzle is going to sit on top of the chin and lip area. So they overlap, so they naturally overlap. That's how I want to do it. So what do we do now? I'm hoping we go on to the lip and mouth and chin area. That's it. Okay. So again, resting my hand on the glassine, and it won't smudge whatever's underneath it. It's fine. You could lean on a piece of paper, but the trouble is the paper that you're leaning on may have a tendency of smudging what's underneath it, and then you'd have to go back and redo that area, and you would be working backwards and forwards on your project then. Just establishing the dark area in there, quite a bit of contrast in the mouth area, lip area, chin area. Blending it out. Those tools, the rolled up pieces of paper, blending tools, don't sharpen them. All I do, I just use one end for darks, one end for lights, and I can use them for charcoal, graphite, pastel, but keep a separate set for each medium. And all I do is, if I've been using a really dark, blending out a really dark area, I just simply wipe that tip off on my trousers or on a tissue or on an old t-shirt, something like that, and then I go in and I blend the next colour. If you try and sharpen them, they'll just fray, and then they're pretty much useless. So just keep separate sets for different mediums and wipe them on a dry cloth or tissue between uses, and they'll last years. Unless you're using them on something like a sanded paper, then that will just wear them away and they'll end up being feathered anyway. But I don't use sanded paper anymore. I used to a long time ago, but it's not acid free, so the longevity is questionable. So that's not used anymore. And the reason artists talk about, oh, like and subscribe. My little pop-up just appeared, so yeah, please like and subscribe. And for those of you that have already liked and subscribed to my channel, I thank you so much. You make all of this worthwhile, because without you, there'd be no point in me doing this videoing. So thank you. Okay, why a lot of artists talk about the acidity of products is because the pH affects the longevity of products. That's why. So that's why we like to use acid-free materials, acid-free paper, acid-free masking tape, acid-free mount board when it comes to framing. So all that makes a difference, because if you get any acidity in, say, paper or masking tape, it can yellow your paper over time and affect the properties, the longevity of your paints and your art materials. So just keep that in mind. If you're buying mount board and things like that, always make sure it's acid free. Any masking tape you use, it's always best to use acid free masking tape too, because masking tape leaves a residue on your paper, and if that has an acidity in it, that could leach into your painting or drawing over time, even after your masking tape has been removed. Excuse me, this is a long video to do a voiceover for. So backwards and forwards again, lights and darks, going in between the two, just building up this chin area. Long process, eh? That's why really, I mean, it would be easier doing voiceovers if the video was shorter, but I don't like to speed my videos up too much. It can give the impression that something was done really quick, and then the worst thing for me would be for a beginner or somebody less experienced in a medium to sit down and think, oh, I saw Kerry in one of her videos, and she did this painting in, the video was 20 minutes. Yeah, I know it was sped up a bit, but maybe she did it in an hour. And then to sit down and try a medium and then realise how long something actually takes. I don't want anybody to be put off a medium by speeding up a video to be so quick that it gives a false impression. Art takes time. Some artists are faster than others, and by no means does that determine whether that one artist is better than another artist. Some artists work quickly, others work slowly, other artists work somewhere in between the two. It's art takes time. You can do a 5-minute sketch while you're waiting for dinner to cook, or even a 1-minute sketch in a sketchbook while you're waiting for a kettle to boil. But once you start working on actual projects, they do take time, and just make sure you put in a little bit of time to one side and your expectations aren't false, I guess. Drawing takes time, watercolours take time, and oil painting takes time when you have to wait for layers to dry and things like that. I use liquid with my oil paints so the layers dry overnight, but if you're using walnut oil and things like that, it can be weeks drying time between layers. And obviously with oil painting you've got to wait for one layer to dry before you can apply the next. Acrylics is a faster medium because they dry a lot quicker. And obviously working with pencils or pastels, you've not got the drying time, but because you're covering especially with coloured pencils, covering a larger area with a small tip of a pencil, that takes time. So try and factor in that different materials and different size projects do take time, and that time can differ, between subject matter and material differences. Wow, that was a lot of waffling just to say art takes time, get over it. No, in all fairness, when you're starting out with a new medium, it can be a bit of a learning curve, realising how long things take to do. But don't be put off, just start small and know that the bigger the project, the probability is the longer it's going to take. But everybody, if you're feeling creative, make some time for yourself, even if it's just, if the kids have gone bed and you've got half an hour to yourself of an evening, just sit and sketch. Or even if you just get a colouring book, it's just relaxing, therapeutic, chill out time. For me, art is therapeutic. It's it's what I've done since I was 4, and I'm 57 now. So years and years of painting and drawing, and most of the time it comes naturally. Sometimes it just takes a little while longer. When we're trying to achieve something maybe we haven't achieved before, it takes a little bit longer, but it's still fun, not stressful. Just relax and enjoy the process and trust the techniques, and it'll all come together in the end. Keep layering if it doesn't look how you want it to look, because it will get there in the end. Okay, going on to the nose. So a bit of a relief from the fur for a while. Just building up the layers though. It's the same as doing the base layers on the furry areas. It's just that we've got to remember that we're not putting any fur detail on top. So we're keeping it quite smooth. And with the painting being quite small, we know we've not got to go in with too much detail to achieve what we want in the end. So building up with some peachy colours, and this is pink, just varying the colours slightly. And the nostril on the left hand side, I do enlarge slightly just to get it to match the angle that the eyes are at. That's it. When you're sketching out, if you've got the head tilted, especially the angle that the eyes are tilting, the nostrils will tilt at the same angle, so make sure you get that correct. It can be quite off-putting seeing students and they've done a brilliant head sketch, portrait sketch, and then the angles are slightly off, because it does make the subject look slightly deformed. And sometimes you can disguise it, depends on what medium you're working in, and sometimes you can't. And this was my mistake by not correcting that in the initial sketch, but I do correct it as I move through the painting. So what I like to do is I like to do my initial sketch on just rough paper, sort of copy paper. If it's going to be a bigger project, I just tape a few sheets together, get that sketch drawn out. It may take a little while, bit of erasing and backwards and forwards just to get the proportions right, composition correct, things like that. Once I'm happy with that, then I either, depending on what paper I'm transferring the drawing to, I either use a light box or some trace down paper, and then trace down the lines that I feel are the ones that I want on my painting and not the ones that I don't need. And it just prevents any eraser marks and things like that ending up on your finished project paper or canvas. I know some artists use a projector to project images onto their canvas and sheets of paper, but I don't have a projector, so I don't do it via that method. Some artists use the grid method. I don't do that either. I just like to freehand sketch where possible and figure it out as I go along. I think the angle of the nose is being affected by the angle of the camera that I'm filming with as well, because that looks more skew whiff than it actually did in life. So it all comes together in the end, and it looks fine on the finished project. So it might be a case of the angle of the camera as well. But as you can see in the finished painting, it is correct. I did correct it. But it looks more skew whiff now looking at it than it actually did. So I'll blame that on the camera angle. So not forgetting those little markings on the muzzle that I think all big cats have actually. You know, the dots up the side of the muzzle. Getting some highlights in, and the highlights they're not always on the top of the nose, because there's obviously quite a lot of white lighter fur underneath his nose. Some light will be cast up, reflected off that whiter fur onto the underneath of the nose as well, so it won't just be one big shadow under the nose. Some lilacs brought in just to liven things up a bit round there. Well, you're halfway through, folks, if you're still with me. We've got about excuse me, 40 minutes left. You're doing well if you're still here. Thank you for joining me on this epic adventure today. Near enough 2-hour video. I hope you're enjoying it. If you are painting or drawing, or working on a project of your own, I'd love to know what you're working on. So drop it in the comments below, and I do read everybody's comments. I do reply to everybody's comments. If you want to tag me on anything that you've created and you're on Instagram, please tag me on it, and I'd love to see what you're currently working on or what you've worked on previously. Let's make a sense of community. That's what everybody needs in 2023, I think. So building up the darks now. So keeping in mind that there are areas along the cheeks of animals where the whiskers come out, and 9 times out of 10 they are denoted by the darker markings. So keeping that in mind, I am trying to build up that look, but I don't just want to go in with a straight line of darker markings across that area. Got to keep reminding yourself that it's made up of different colour hairs. I'm sure the skin has a different pigment under there as well, but we can't see the skin, we can only see the hairs. So but we don't want to make it look like he's got zebra stripes on his face, because that wouldn't look right. So not blocks of colour, but just the hair, the differing colours in hair. So I've left that portion. Now obviously got fed up with doing that bit. I did tell you that I flit about across a painting. The more I get into a project, the more I sort of flit about. So just creating some texture, and as I said, the hair on this part of the Lynx face is going to be very short. So we want plenty of texture underneath the final detailing layer, else it would look very flat, and we don't want that. He's too much of a pretty cat to look flat. I have some European lynx photographs from a safari park in Scotland. I can't remember what it's called now. So I will be using some of those photos for future projects. And it's always nice. I do prefer working from my own references, but this photograph from Emmanuel just caught my eye, and I thought, yeah, that'll do nicely for a workshop, a wildlife art workshop. So I run the art workshops at WWT Martin Mere in Lancashire, here in the UK, and I alternate between watercolour workshops and pastel workshops. I'll link it in the description, and then anybody wanting to go over and have a look at the dates. I've just waited, well, yesterday's was the last one for this year, and I'm just waiting now to verify dates for next year. And as soon as I know, they'll go out on my website. You can sign up to my website sign up to my newsletter, sorry, on my website, and the dates will be published over there first. Building up the layers, and I'm literally tapping that pastel pencil because the markings are going to be so short in these areas. I'm literally just tapping the pastel pencil. This is when you need a good quality paper, because the tooth of the paper is still I can still feel the tooth of the paper even though I've put on quite a few layers up to now. As I'm applying the pastel pencil, I can feel that the tooth of the paper is catching the pigment, and that allows me to be able to tap markings onto the paper as opposed to having to draw them on, I guess, for want of a better word. Now going in with these darker markings. And quite roughly again, just going on quite randomly and just getting that basic undercoat done, the base coat done. Blending them in. We just want that underlying random texture to be showing through the hairs, just to give it that added depth. And that's like a yellow ochre that I use throughout the painting. It's not an overpowering colour, it's very subtle, but for wildlife artwork it really is a very nice colour. And the yellow by Creta Colour. Just building up some fine hairs. I can go over with white. It won't be too light that the white won't show. But I do need it to differentiate from the white, because I do need some highlights in there where the light's going to be catching the fur even more. And as you can see, I did put a few little markings overlapping the lip area. Few little hairs, sorry, overlapping the lip area. Now pulling down a few finer marks around the nose. So this is some of the final layers on this area going in now. Moving the pencil round and round in my hand, catching the sharper edges on the paper so I don't have to keep sharpening it all the time. It's just about layering, that's all it is. I'm so completely self-taught. I work in a multitude of mediums, and every medium is self-taught, so it is a nice way. You definitely learn from your mistakes, but hopefully when people see my artwork, no matter what medium it is, they can tell it's mine, because there's just something about being self-taught that enables you to come up with your own techniques and things. So a few darker hairs being quite prominent around that area of his face. So popping those in. Now going in with the yellow again, the light yellow. And when you see it in person, it's not like, oh wow, that's a yellow pencil. It really is white with a hint of yellow. You know, it's lovely. Starting the whiskers now, and with whiskers you do need a steady hand, and I always hold my breath when I'm putting whiskers in. Sometimes you only get one go at a whisker, so you've got to make it work. I filmed the first go through on these whiskers, and then I switched the video camera off, and I got my head really up close and personal to this lynx and went over the whiskers a second time, but I couldn't have filmed that because my head would have been right in front of the camera. So go through once, get them in the position I want them in, and then go through a second time and broaden them where they need to be broadened and highlight them where they need to be highlighted. And making sure when you go with a lighter coloured pencil over a darker area, you do need to be wiping your pencil clean, because as the pencil travels over the darker area, it will pick up the darker pigment, and if you don't clean it off, it will then deposit that darker pigment where you don't want it. So go through and put one line down, clean the pencil, go through, put your next line down, clean the pencil, and so on. Okay, so back to the lynx's face, and I'm literally just dotting and dabbing some texture in there with this burgundy pencil, and Derwent again, but burgundy colour, and just creating more texture for the detail areas that are going to go on top. And really the direction of these markings isn't as important as the layers that go on top. The direction of the layers that go on top. Can use it sort of as a guideline for the layers that go on top. Now working down this area, I am working the markings now, these little ticks and dots and things, in the right direction, just so I've got something to follow when I start applying the top layers. Here we go. So we're using the yellow again. Used this light yellow a lot through the through this project, and I'm just putting little ticks, making sure they're going in the right direction. When you see me put my finger on the product like that, I'm not trying to blend it, I'm not trying to merge it, I'm just trying to flatten it slightly, and that will enable it to glaze from the back with the layers that are underneath it. So it just deadens the colour a little bit, makes it less prominent. It dulls it down, I guess. It just takes the brightness away when I pat it with my finger. And obviously you don't want to do that in all areas, because you want some areas to be brighter than others. You can see how his little nose is finished there as well. Little cute nose. I'm saying he, I don't know if it was a he or a she, I don't know. Just all about direction now. I want to make sure those little ticks and taps of that pencil are going in the right direction. We want the hairs to always be going in the correct direction to the species that we're portraying. And the hair length, so the ticks and taps and dots and things that I'm creating with this pastel pencil need to be short. Longer in some areas, shorter in others, just to make the piece look more realistic. Going really, really short around this area now as you're coming towards the nose, and then tapering off to the sides, heading down towards the cheek areas. That's the direction these need to go. Darker colour going in, because it wouldn't all be caught by the light. And you can go backwards and forwards, dark to light, light to dark throughout this part of the painting. Just toning some of it down slightly. And applying some darks, which would act as like a shadowing area. A little bit lighter colour, adding a little bit of a different tone there, a little bit of a different hue. And just alternating between a handful of pencils at this point. Just adding interest with different colours, mixture of different colours, and a ratio of different colours too. It all adds to the interest of a piece, but still keeping quite a limited palette at this point. Backwards and forwards. And back in with the yellow. Creating areas where the light's hitting the fur more than in other places. And final detailing going round the nose. If I go too light, then I just glaze over it, because I can always go backwards and forwards. I'm beginning adding some darker areas running down this side of the nose, muzzle, into the cheek area. And where I want things to stay white, that's where I put white to begin with, such as the area underneath the eye on the left hand side, his left, on the right hand side, his left eye. So some guidelines for me going in there with the dark and this earth tone going in. I think this might be an umber, the colour umber. Not sure. I really don't keep note of the colours I use. I know the colours I want to use and I just pick them up and use them, but I don't really take much notice of the names on the colours unless it comes to a point where I need to order a new one, and then obviously I'll be looking to see what the colour name is or the colour number on the barrel of the pencil. Working with the yellow again, the light yellow by Cretacolor, and then glazing over some of it with this earth red colour. A little bit at a time. Notice how I'm just working on a small portion of the painting at a time, and then once I get that area near to completion, I can move on to the next portion of the painting. Okay, onto some base coat area now. And I'd actually sanded that Derwent pencil down into a chisel shaped tip, so I'd be applying more pigment in the same amount of time. So building up some colour again. Random, it's all going to be blended into the paper, we're pushed into the tooth of the paper. Creating shadow underneath that area for where the marking's going to go in. And where I use a colour in one area, generally pull it over and use it in another area too. Pushing it down into the tooth of the paper with the paper blender. Putting in these darks, but making sure I don't get any darks on the lighter area that I've left to the left of where I'm working now. Left to the left. And blending that into, just, well, not blending so much as pushing it into the tooth of the paper so I can work over the top of it. Oh, and I noticed something over there that caught my eye. I did warn you, I do flit. Once the whole project was complete, I I stepped away, went and got a coffee, and then have a chill out time doing something else, and then come back and then I look and see what else needs altering, and 9 times out of 10 there's always something that catches my eye that needs altering. So, but at some point you have to call a painting finished. But I did go back in, and I think I did film it right, yeah, so I'm looking at the video which I did film it at the end. I did make some alterations which you'll see in this very long video. Oh, if you're still with me, oh, hats off to you. So this is like 1.5 hours in. If you're still here, well, round of applause for you. Okay, so I decided I needed a break from the face, and I'd run a piece of masking tape down, and that's what I'm working against at the minute. So I cropped my painting short, because after second and third and fourth thoughts, I decided I didn't like the composition that I decided on right at the very beginning. And it was just simply a case of popping a piece of masking tape down to crop the area that I'd be working on, so that I'd have a more of a square finish to this design, which I feel now works much better than the longer version that I'd started off with in the beginning. So you can alter things as you go, yeah, no such thing as can't. Okay, so applying the PanPastels, I wanted to get this area filled in now, so I had a base coat to work on, and it's a really quite a big area to be filling in with pastel pencils. So I decided to go along the PanPastel route to get the first base coat layers in. Now these colours don't automatically match the colours that I'd been using by Cretacolor and Derwent. So what you will see me do is go onto the face with some of these colours too, to pull the two parts of the subject together. You'll see that in a bit. And that's the bit where I was saying, you know, towards the end of the painting I decided to do that, to pull the painting together. And you think, oh, you go over all the detail on the face. Yeah, look, there you go. Picking up some of the colours that I'm currently working on the body and deciding I need some of those colours in the face. There's so much tooth left on this paper that I can do this. I would have been struggling, I'd have been using a lesser variety of paper. So using some of the colour now that I've been using on the body, placing it on the face, and then it will just be a matter of just touching up the detailed areas that cover the top of that, and it just pulls the whole painting together. I couldn't have left it as it was. I wouldn't have been happy with it, and there's no point in having a painting that you'd be unhappy to sell. If there's something bothering you about a painting, don't start on something else until that painting's finished. You'll learn so much by just carrying on with a painting. I mean, if it's a hole in a canvas or you've torn the paper or something like that, fair enough. But if you're not happy with a painting, what's the worst that can happen? You completely ruin it, and then, you know. But if it's something fixable, if it's something that you think, you know, you could probably do, but it's just going to take a little while longer, just do it, because you're going to learn so much more than scrapping it and starting afresh. I mean, I wouldn't want to have started this again. There's no fun in doing the same painting more than once. You know, it just takes the joy out of it. But I knew I wouldn't be happy if I didn't get the colour correction done at this stage of the painting, so I did it. And it just maybe added another 2 hours maybe onto, or maybe even less than that, onto the final painting, so that's fine by me. I'd come this far, wasn't happy because the balance in the colour wasn't as I wanted it to be, so I corrected it. All worth it in the end. So this way of applying base coat layers is, as you can see, it's so much quicker than applying base coats with pencils. If I'd only got the pencils, I would have done it with the pencils. It can be done. It just takes a little bit longer, that's all. And when you're working as an artist for a living, time is money, so I wanted to get this done as efficiently as possible time-wise. And building up the layers again. And the same as when I'm working with the pastel pencils for the base coat layers, I do want different colours going in and building up the layers not just with one colour but a few different colours. Now here you can see the area where I applied some more pigment, the PanPastel pigment, and this is how I went about getting texture back in with detailing. So the PanPastel had covered up some of the texture, and then I went on and corrected it with pencils. And again, everywhere where I added some more PanPastel pigment, I go in and just correct the values a little bit. I mean, the values, what was dark and what was light, that's the values, weren't affected a lot. They were affected a little bit, but not a lot. It's just that I didn't want to, by adding that pigment, completely lose the detail that I'd put in. So it just meant going back in and just sharpening up some of the detail like that. Wobbly wobbly cameraman. That's me, by the way. Camera woman. You're allowed to say that. Camera operator. There you go. So I don't know what I'm doing at the minute. I thought I'd edited out all the pauses, but obviously not. Okay, let's work on some of the body area. So I need to work on this body area and get it, pretty much to completion before I work on the white fluff surrounding his face, because that needs to overlap the area that I'm working on at the moment. That's what I was mentioning earlier in the video, where I work from things further away from the viewer to things that are nearer to the viewer. So using the colour that I'm working on, that darker area, I'm breaking up the patch of fur as well, so it's just not one hard line. Doing a bit of finger blending there just to soften everything out. Going in, just creating some guidelines for myself so I know which direction the fur is going to be going in this area. Going in with that light yellow, but that will be softened down. It won't look as harsh as it does going on there. Just building up some guidelines for myself so I know which way the fur is going to be going. I think I've just repeated myself, but you get the drift. Manoeuvring my board now, so I'm more comfortable, a better area to start adding this fur. And it's just the same as I did on the left hand side. I'd added a few different colours, blended them in together, so base coat colours excuse me, that are earth tones, beiges and things like that. Blended them out, and now I can start applying the more detailed areas over the top. Lots of work done with this light yellow colour throughout the painting. It works really well, and if it comes out too yellowy in certain areas I can glaze over it with other hues. And the best thing about this yellow is if it goes over anything that's black, it doesn't create green, which is good. That's because the yellow pigment in it is very limited. So putting tiny curves on each hair, making sure the hairs are all heading in the correct direction, but no straight hairs at all. Now going in with the white. That's actually a Carbothello white, I believe, that I'm using there. I've got the full set of Carbothellos, and I used to teach using the Carbothello pastel pencils. They're a wonderful starter pastel for people. They are light, fast, and they're sort of a medium range softness. I've got a stumpy one that I'm using here in a Derwent pencil grip, just so you can use every single last bit of a pencil. I use these pencil extenders by Derwent. Going in with the light yellow again, just lifting a little bit more detail out of that area, but not covering. When I'm putting detail in like this, I still want the base coat layers to be showing through. There's no point in doing all of the work on the base coat layers only to cover them up completely with lots of detail. So just make sure that I don't do that. Just tinting now, so just glazing over some of that light yellow, not all of it, so it's quite random, just randomly spaced marks with the red, just so I've not got just one big patch of light yellow detail. Getting that dark marking back in now. I don't think I had gone over it at all at this point, so it's probably probably his second or third coverage of pencil on that dark area near his eye. And yes, he is looking a bit skew-whiff, but that is the angle of the camera still. I'm working in this area now and getting this marking in, and I want this marking to end up being as dark as the markings on the left hand side of the portrait. No black, just going in, that's sort of a dark burgundy colour again. So if I need to use black, I'll use it right at the end on the markings. That is black going into that side, but and I'm softening it with a bit of brown, and then hopefully won't have to go over that side again. Backwards and forwards, pottering about between all different areas now. Just creating that balance, making sure I'm keeping the balance throughout the piece. So if you put detail in one area, then really that detail's got to be somewhere else in the painting too. You can't just have a painting where the detail is just in one area, unless you're creating a painting from a photograph that has a very shallow depth of field. So which you can do, and it can be done, but where you'd probably get the Lynx face where the eyes are in focus but everything else is out of focus, that can be done. It's not a method that I tend to do though. It's not a look that I tend to go for. Okay, back to the fur, down the side of his face and under his chin. Just building up the layers. The other layers have been pressed into the paper surface with the paper blending tool. And now you can see I can bring those hairs over the darker part, over the darker marking, and it's fine because that dark pastel has been pushed right into the tooth of the paper. So when you're pushing it into the tooth of the paper, it reveals the tooth above, allowing you to apply even more pigment, and that's what we're doing here. So a few wispy hairs that going over that dark area. Putting the final detailing onto this area now, before I move on and then go through and create the body. So there's about 10 minutes left of the video, and I just show you a couple of portions of the body that I'm working on before we call it the video complete. Adding a few highlights, because remember we used the light yellow for doing the detailing, and now I'm just going on with white just to pick out a few portions here and there. And this is where less is more. If I'd have done all of the markings, all of the detailing with white, I couldn't have gone any lighter. But because I used the light yellow, I'm able to go on with the white and it show up. He's got a cute face, hasn't he? I really enjoyed doing this project. It was lovely. Okay, guidelines. So guidelines and textures now going on. So the pan pastel has been applied to all of the body area, been pushed into the tooth of the paper, blended well into the tooth of the paper. So now the uppermost tooth of the paper can catch the pastel pencil, and now I'm applying, and I'd go over the whole body like this, and this is quite a quick process, just very light guidelines. So the reference images have been put away now, not using it anymore, don't need it anymore, and I just want to crack on and get the fur done on the body. So alternating the direction of the fur and keeping pretty much the same fur length, but you've got to remember that the fur of the cat undulates throughout the contour of the body, and this can affect the direction and length, the look of the length of the fur. There you can see it a little bit closer up there. So I've gone in with the guidelines, got them all in. Shorter fur towards the top of the painting and more out of focus the further away from the viewer. I've popped the markings in with a darker pigmented pencil, and now I'm applying the final details in this area, working dark to light, and in some areas light to dark. The joys of pastel, you can do it both ways. Going on with that light yellow there again, and then just glazing off a little bit with the red, some out of focus markings up at the top. Back in with the yellow ochre. The colours showing slightly different on my screen for this portion of the video, but we're right at the end now. We've got about 7 minutes left, that's all. And you can see the actual colour in the finished painting, top left hand corner. So back in with the light yellow again. If I go too light, it's okay because I can glaze it back down. Picking out some dark areas between, just to give it a sense of depth. So the hairs would be creating shadows, and where some of the hair is denser, where the light wouldn't be able to penetrate through the fur, I know there's going to be dark areas in there too. using that yellow ochre now, because I don't want it all to be the light yellow detail. It would be too much, it'd end up looking flat. So I do need to alter the colours, going from darks to lights back to darks again. And that's sort of a tan colour, so very earthy colour that one is. Breaking up the dark markings slightly. Obviously we don't want them looking like zebra stripes. Adding little bits of dark in here and there. And it's just that breaking up. I think if it was all one colour, if I did the detailing all one colour, it would look monotonous. It wouldn't look real, it wouldn't look natural. There's so many derivatives, I guess, of one colour, and you see them all in nature. It's fascinating. I mean, I love detail. You know, you look at a dragonfly wing, for instance, and the veining throughout the wing, the reflections that are caught in it, and all the different colours as the light refracts through the membranes and things like that. You know, colour is everywhere in nature. You've only just got to stop and look, and it's just phenomenal. And just trying to capture a tiny little bit of that in your artwork is, it's just a wonderful feeling, it really is. And you just need that diversity in a painting. Still using a limited palette, you can still create such a lot with a limited palette, even if it is pastels or, you know, coloured pencils. Just is amazing. I love it. It just fascinates me. Every painting fascinates me. So yeah, just using the same colours but in different layering situations and different intensities. It just adds depth and interest to each part of the painting, and that's what I'm trying to create here. So although the body of the cat isn't the main point of interest within the painting, I still don't want it to be redundant. That's why I cropped the painting where I did, because the other part of the body would have been sort of a redundant factor within the painting. So that's why I did that, but I don't want this part to be redundant. I want this part to be of interest too. Obviously it's not going to be the main part people initially look at, that's going to be the face, but hopefully their eyes will wander and find interest in this area too. Well folks, we've got about 3 minutes left. Thank you so much if you've stayed throughout this process. It's been a long one, but hopefully you've enjoyed it. Hopefully you've been inspired to create some artwork for yourself, or try new techniques or new mediums even. If you have, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Yeah, so finishing touches to this little guy. Lots and lots of layering. I hope you're all keeping well. Yeah, thanks so much if you've sat through this longer than normal video. If you'd like to see more long videos like this one, then let me know. If you'd like to see short videos or a mixture of both, let me know. And I will take note and provide what my viewers want and what they require for their own art time. Maybe you do like to sit back and paint while you're listening to longer videos. Just let me know and I'll provide those for you. If you'd like me to review any materials, then let me know and I'll see what I can do. If it's something you're putting off buying because you're not sure whether it's going to be a fit for your studio or your artworks, just give me the nod and I'll see what I can do. Because 9 times out of 10 with being a YouTuber, I can get hold of art materials and I may already have them, so just let me know, because I don't review and work with and video everything that I have. Been doing this for a long time, so I do have quite a lot of art materials that have built up during the years, and some have recorded and some I haven't, so I might have just what you want to know about. If you let me know, I'll have a look. Final countdown, folks. Okay, thank you for watching. Stay safe, stay creative, and I'll see you all really soon. Take care and bye for now. Bye. Hi there my friends, and welcome to my YouTube channel. Today it's a long video. It's pastel on pastel mat, that's Clairefontaine pastel mat paper, and I'm working on a polar bear today. I hope everyone's keeping well. I am now. I'm over a virus. I might have to stop a couple of times to get a drink because I've had a virus and it's left me with a cough, but apart from that we're good to go. Okay, so as I said, working on Clairefontaine pastel matte paper today. If you haven't used this before, it's got sort of a cork texture, but it takes loads and loads of layers and it keeps the vibrancy of pastels where needed. So I've recently been to the Arctic. I was invited on an Arctic expedition in August. Wow, seems longer ago than that now, and I took a lot of reference photos. So the reference photo I used for the background is my own, and the reference photo for the polar bear this time was off unsplash.com. And if you haven't heard of unsplash.com, it's a royalty-free website, the same as pixabay.com, and you're free to use all of the photos on there for your own artworks. Okay, so what I've done, on a separate piece of paper, I sketched out a composition. Then I transferred the finalised lines onto this piece of Clairefontaine pastel matte paper using some graphite trace down. If you haven't heard of that, it's just like a graphite carbon paper. And then I masked out the polar bear because I wanted to keep him nice and fresh. So I just used some Frisket masking film for that. And that way any pastel that actually drops isn't going to contaminate the area where I'm going to be doing the polar bear. So everything in this section's pretty sped up to 300 times, I think I did that, and applied just the soft pastel. So the soft pastel I'm using at the minute and that I use for the sky is the PanPastels soft pastel. And if you haven't heard of that, all it is a soft pastel pigment, and they come in little tubs. They're like little compact makeup compacts. That's what they look like. They're quite expensive. You can buy individual colours or you can buy them in sets, and as I said, they are quite expensive, but they last such a long time. There's so much pigment compacted down into these little tubs that they really are worth the money, and I thoroughly recommend getting them. You can get a starter set of 20 colours, and they mix. You can mix all the colours together, so they're ideal that way. So really that's all you need. But if you're in doubt, you can buy them open stock, which means you can buy the singular colours and just give them a try and see what you think. Okay, so the tools I'm using today are called soft tools. I'll link everything in the video description, and they have little removable and replaceable sock covers. So the soft tools themselves are these plastic things, a little bit like painting with a palette knife when you're using these, and then they're just replaceable foam tips. The tips, depending on how heavy handed down when I'm using them, normally last 2 or 3 paintings, and obviously they you can turn them over, so as you can see the side of the tool that's facing upwards, that's not got any pastel over it. So when the side I'm using gets a little bit worn and you know, we all get worn out, but they get a little feathering on them. I just pull that little sock off, turn it over, and I can use the other side. And as you see, to get finer details, you can use the edges or just the tips. So I'm going on with a few different colours, and as I said, I'm mixing some myself and just playing about with different tones, different contrasts, trying to keep it all out of focus because we want this mountainous area to feel like it's pushed back into the painting. So just going on with a few darks, a few lights, going between cool blues and even the darker blues. They still have a cool tone about them, and lilacs. And that, because I'm using cool colours, it means everything is pushed towards the background. It looks further away from the viewer. So cool colours plus out of focus lines and edges just gives a sense of depth. When you want something to look like it's nearer to the viewer, it's nice to crisp up the lines and edges a bit and use warmer tones. But at the moment, we don't want to be doing that with the background. So this really is a long video. It's about an hour and a half, I think. So you might want to have it playing in the background while you're doing something else, or sit with a coffee, or sit and read while you're listening to me gabble on, if you can manage that. I couldn't manage that. Hope everyone's keeping well. So a lot of this is really self-explanatory. I do keep pausing because I'm mixing colours on top of the little tubs of pastel. I think it's only the white that I've ever had to replace, and I've had them for about, I don't know, about 7 years maybe. And they're just wonderful. And the pastel matte paper I've taped to a board with some acid-free framers tape, so just to keep it all in place. And it's on my easel, and because I like to work upright, and it's in my new studio. Hooray! If anybody wants to see a studio tour, let me know and I can do a video of that and show people how I store my art materials and everything. So nice to be in my own space now at long last. So I'm getting detail in there, but not too detailed. I want it to show, obviously, contrast. You need contrast in a painting to make it look feasible, I guess, to make it look like it's real. So it's really nice because in some areas I do leave the white of the paper showing through, just to give that added contrast in the background. And obviously, as always, to the lower left hand side, although it does move up to the top left hand side later on in the video, is the finished painting, so at least you can see what I'm aiming for. These pastels are so blendable, and they work really, really well with pastel pencils as well. So all pastels, whether they're soft pastels or pastel pencils or PanPastels, they all mix and blend very well. And if you haven't got one, you can always use another. I could have done all the background in pencil. I mean, that's quite feasible, but it would have taken a lot longer. These soft pastels lay down very, very quickly, and it really is like painting with a palette knife if you've ever done that. So fast forward in a little bit because it's really, much of the same. And dabbing on some texture there that I'd like to remain in the finished painting. And also it stops me from getting carried away and applying too much dark straight away. It's always easier to go lighter, it's always easier to go darker, but sometimes it can be a little bit trickier to go really light if you've already gone too dark, if you know what I mean. So I messed about with the video settings on the editor, on the video editor, so I'm hoping the colour stays true throughout the video. Now, as you can see, as I'm getting closer to the polar bear, I've got no worries now because he's masked out about dirtying the edges, or smudging any blues over where I want to place yellows and creams, because obviously that you'd end up getting a green tone then, and I definitely don't want any green colour in the polar bear. So it's just a nice way. I could have worked without masking the polar bear. It just means I would have been very more, oh my word. I would have had to have been a lot more careful when I was getting closer to where the polar bear's going to be. If only I could work this quick in real life. So yes, I was in the Arctic for 2 weeks on a ship called the Hondius, and we circumnavigated Svalbard. It was amazing. We saw 11 polar bears, and I didn't know, but some trips that had gone before us hadn't even seen one, so it was just absolutely amazing. I'm in the process of building a new page on my website at the moment, because what's happening is I was taken over to the Arctic, I was sent to the Arctic, just to have a look, to see what the ship was like, to see how everything works over there, to see the light, because it's 24-hour daylight, where it was when I went. It was quite strange standing on the deck of the ship at midnight and it was still sunny. It was amazing. But the idea is for next year, so 2024, for me to go back over to the Arctic, but take some people with me, or to join up with some people that have booked on the trip, and on sea days, because there's days during the trip where you're literally at sea. There's no landings on the ice shelves or anything like that, and it would just be nice for people, if they want to bring along their art equipment, that we'll be able to do workshops or paint alongs and things like that. So that's the idea. So wildfoottravel.com, I'll put their link in the description as well, are arranging all of this to happen for next year. Looks like it's going to be June. Dates in June have been mentioned, but if you want to check with me on social media or keep an eye on my website, as soon as everything's finalised, all the details will be there. And obviously I'll be doing more intros with videos and things like that on YouTube, so just keep your eyes open and your ears open, and if that's something you're interested in, just drop a line down below as well in the comments. It was really nice because whilst in the Arctic, because we were so far north, right near the North Pole, there was no internet, and the ship's internet was intermittent, obviously because of where we were. No phone signals, which was lovely. I couldn't use my mobile phone for 2 weeks, so no one could contact me. It was really nice, not having to check emails and things like that, because I'd obviously pre-warned everybody that I wouldn't be accessible as such. But whilst there, I got some painting done, which was lovely, and those paintings have now gone over to a company in the Netherlands, so that's nice, and I posted them on the 13th of last month and they still haven't arrived, so it's a slow process. But lovely people, amazing people. Okay, back to the painting, less of the Arctic and back to the painting. So yeah, this was inspired by the trip, definitely, and I do have some amazing photographs of the polar bears from the trip, so hopefully later this year, we're in October, but later this year I will be doing some paintings of Arctic foxes, polar bears, walruses, bearded seal, all the species that I saw whilst I was out there. I even got to see Brunix guillemot, a bird, and just phenomenal. Arctic puffins, which are bigger than the puffins we see here in the UK. Wild reindeer, so I've got lots of reference images now, just spoilt for choice. So I just need to find somewhere now that sells 72-hour days, and I'll be happy. So this is really just rinse and repeat. It's the same. Putting the lights in first where I want to retain the lights. So if I need really white, some places I do leave the white of the paper showing through. Other places I do pop some white on. And you can see the difference between, on the original painting, on the finished painting, you can see where the paper is just slightly a different white to the white pastel I'm putting on. So it's even in the lightest of places on the snow-capped mountains at the background, you can just see the differences in the white, and it just gives it that added bit of visual impact, I guess. And I'm not copying the reference image exact. Obviously, this painting is all about the polar bear in its own environment, and it's really getting that environmental feel to the painting, the cold tones and hues. And polar bears are definitely not white. I already knew that. I'd photographed polar bears here in the UK at safari parks, so I knew polar bears weren't white. But I don't think until you see them in snow and on the ice, you don't realise just how not white they are, because obviously a polar bear's skin is black, its fur is translucent really, so reflects lots of colours around it, and they really do have this creamy look about them. So when we were on the ship and we were travelling through ice packs and along the ice sheets, we were actually looking for creamy specks in the distance. That's apparently how they spot polar bears in the distance. They just look for these creamy coloured blobs in the distance, and hopefully it's a polar bear. We saw polar bears feeding on whale carcass, which was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. We were in little zodiac boats, so they'd taken us out from the main ship, the Hondius, towards the ice floe so we could get a better look at these polar bears. Obviously you can't land because the bears are so dangerous. I'm not going to put anybody's life in danger by doing that, and obviously we don't want to disturb the bear either. But from the zodiacs we were sort of bobbing about in the water, trying to get really good photos that way. But he was oblivious really to us being there, which was better. You don't want to be disturbing them. And he was oblivious. He was eating, feeding away, and just living his life in such harsh conditions. It's phenomenal that they survive. It really is. Going in with a soft tool again, using a little bit of a cool grey up there. And if I do go too dark, obviously I can blend it back into the white that I've already placed up there. So this painting is going with me to be exhibited later on this month, 2 weeks' time. I'll be exhibiting at the Northwest Bird Watching Festival. That's it. So taking a lot of original paintings with me. Yes, there will be a lot of bird paintings there, but there'll also be things like this that I'll be taking with me as well. So looking forward to that. That's at WWT Martin Mere, so it's in Lancashire, and it's on the 14th and 15th of October, so just less than 2 weeks to go. So it's sitting in my studio now waiting to be framed. I'll get some better photographs of the finished painting before I frame it, and then it'll be off to the exhibition. Looking forward to that. Now, as you can see, I can lean my hand on the masked out polar bear, and none of the oils from my hand will be going onto the paper because of the Frisket masking film, which is good. You can either do that, so if you are working on a bigger piece, a bigger project, sorry, and you need to rest your hand, there's a couple of things you can do to get around that, so you're not resting your hand directly on the paper. You can use a mole stick, which is a stick with a bobbly bit on the end, and you rest that on your easel or on your board, and then you rest your hand or your arm on the mole stick itself. I think they were originally designed by sign painters, people that used to make signs for shops and things. Or what I tend to do is use a piece of glassine paper. It used to be called butcher's paper, and it's a non-transferable paper, so it's a paper where you can actually lean it on your work or tape it to your work, and then you can lean on that. It's acid free. I use the one made by Clairefontaine, but there's all different brands. You can get it on Amazon and places like that. And because it's non-transferable, it doesn't actually pick up anything, so it won't pick up the pastel. If I've need to lean over part of my painting that's already completed, I can put the glassine paper on that and then lean on it to steady my hand, and it won't pick up or smudge anything underneath it. You can rest it on graphite, you can rest it on painted areas if you're working with acrylics or watercolours. As long as they're completely dry, it won't pick up anything. So just working down, gradually leaving the darks behind in this area now. So I want it to look like the snow has been blown in, or swept in and covered the bottom areas of that mountain. Just blurring out the edge of that mountain there. I thought it was looking a little bit too crisp, and obviously any crisp edges are going to look like they're nearer to you, and I definitely didn't want that appearance. So you will find that I do sort of nip from one area of a painting to another, especially as I'm nearing the completion of a painting, because as you step back and step away from your work and look at it from a distance, or what I tend to do is take a photograph of it on my phone and then look at it on a small screen, you do see areas of a painting that need a little bit more work, whether that's balancing the contrast. Balancing composition, you pretty much, that should be done in the initial sketch stages, but balancing colour, balancing tone, balancing contrast, balancing out hues throughout a painting, that's what I like to do as I'm moving through a painting. So you might see me skip about a bit, but I will try and remember what I was doing when I do that during this video. I've tried to edit out all of the parts where I'm not actually doing anything, because probably I'm looking at the reference image a little bit more, or might be having some coffee. But with it being such a long video, I do hope I've edited out that. And I've not got any music to play for you during those parts, so I'll just have to ramble a little bit more if there are any. I don't think there are, but just in case. Going on with the darks again. In some areas it was okay to go in quite dark to begin with. If I was confident that was going to be an area where there wasn't going to be very many lights, then I was more than happy just to go straight in with a darker pigment. If by any chance I did go in, you can't really make a mistake with a mountain because I'm not doing it so detailed that you'd notice, but if I did go in too dark in an area, instead of blending it out with a lighter colour, you can actually use a kneaded eraser very, very gently, just lean a kneaded eraser into the tooth of the paper and then lift it back off, and that should lighten it somewhat, because there'll be less dark pigment left there, and then you can go over with a lighter colour. And obviously, as I said, all of this background could have been done with pencils. It would just have taken a lot longer. And when using pencils, it can be a little bit more, not difficult, a little bit more, what's the word? Time consuming, I guess, just to get that out of focus background, because you're trying to cover a large area with just the point of a pencil. So it's nice just to use soft pastels when going into a larger area. And they can be any pastels, any soft pastels. They don't have to be PanPastels. You can use Unison. I like to use those. Dahlia and Rowney. Mungio even, the little square ones. As long as they're soft enough not to leave hard edges on the paper, then they would have been fine for doing the background. In the sky, I just used 2 shades of blue, lilac and white for the clouds. But the clouds were just very, very quickly put in between the blues, and then just blended out into the blues, just so the clouds are out of focus as well. So don't worry, the whole video isn't just me doing the background. I do come to a finish here and move on to another part, because it's all of the background was done exactly the same as you've seen this process. So if you wanted to just watch the polar bear, then please feel free to fast forward, but the background section is coming to an end. Oh, now that was good timing. Okay, so mid-ground. So this is completely made up out of my imagination. So I didn't have a photograph that I thought would work well in this particular project. So I just used some of the colours from the background, added a little bit of lilac and another light blue. That I think the light blue was the same as that I used in the sky. And just a generalisation of a cold environment. That's all I wanted to create. In the mid-ground, I don't think really, people don't really take much notice of what's in the mid-ground anyway. But thinking about how you view a painting, when you look at water, for instance, you want horizontal lines getting closer together the further away from the viewer that you go, and I just used that same principle just to fill in the mid-ground of this painting. So lots of horizontal strokes getting closer together the further away from the front of the painting, so it just leads your eye towards the background. And that is literally, that's all the mid-ground is. I did apply a little bit of a cool pink just in little areas, just to give it a bit of interest. Simples. Back on with a lilac. Obviously if you mix pink and blue you're going to get a lilac, but I did add a lilac as well. And it's the same lilac that I used in the sky, and a tiny amount was used in the mountains as well. A little bit of shadowing, but that all gets pretty much covered over later on. But I just wanted a little bit of a dark going underneath the feet of the polar bear to begin with. And as you can see in the finished painting, the shadowing is put on towards the end of the painting and not now. I just wanted to get all the mid-ground in now. So when I'm working this section to the left of the polar bear, I also then go and work the right-hand section of the mid-ground as well. Just so I've got fresh in my mind which colours are used and which technique I used as well. Because there's nothing worse, and I'm sure we've all done it, you work one section of a painting, then move on to something completely different, and then when you try to replicate as such that same technique that you used earlier, sometimes you can't quite bring it to the front of your mind how you did it, or which colours you used. This for the background, foreground and midground, it is quite a limited palette. There's probably, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, 6 colours maybe. So there you can see all the midground is done. The foreground has got a very loose coating on it, and now it's time to lift off the frisket. I have kept this real time. This is the best bit, it really is. Just uncovering the polar bear, so now I can start working on her, the polar bear. So I wouldn't have done this unless I'd been completely happy with the background and midground. And I'm sorry, but the contrast and colour is a little bit off in this part of the video. But it gives you a good idea. So I've done with the pan pastels for now, so they've been moved to one side, and I've brought out pastel pencils. As you'll see during the video, I work with all different brands. It's only if I'm doing a review for a certain company, or just a comparison maybe, that I'll work with just a set brand of pastel pencils. But during this video you'll see that I work with a variety of different pastel pencils. Some of them are softer, some of them are harder. Mainly I'm just reaching for the colour that I need. So this one, for instance, was a Taylor Rowney. And as you know, I have suffered with shoulder problems in the past. Shoulders are fine at the minute, but I do tend to turn my work round just so I'm more comfortable when I'm working, and hopefully I will never have shoulder problems again. So that's Pit Pencil, Taylor Rowney, Pit Pencil. They are a little bit harder. That's just a blending stump, so that's nice to push the pigment right into the tooth of the paper. And at the moment I'm just playing with colours, not really settled on which colours I'm going to use, so I'm just having a play at the minute. That's got a pink tone to it, that pencil. So just playing with the different colours and seeing how I feel when they go on the paper. And if I don't like it, I just blend it right down into the tooth of the paper and then go over it. It's that simple. So artworks, when you're painting, doesn't matter what medium it is, contrast is always more important than getting that perfect colour. There's never any perfect colour really. That's a Carbothello pastel pencil. They're very good. They're the ones I'd recommend if you're a beginner to pastel, because they do everything, the Carbothellos. So just building up some texture. Even though these are base coat layers, I still like to apply them in the direction that the fur is actually sitting. And obviously the length of the strokes make a big difference as well. So you don't want long strokes, because if they do show through, they need to be the correct length for the hair that's actually on that part of the subject. So just using a mixture of creams, pinks, and later on there'll be lilacs coming in as well, and just blending everything down into the tooth of the paper. If you leave the pastel laying on the paper's surface, it'll take less layers, but by blending with a blending stump, it just enables you to push the pigment right into the tooth of the paper. It frees up all of the top areas of the tooth, so you can apply more layers. If you're having problems getting your paper to hold layers, it might just be the paper. All pastel papers are made differently. They all have different weaves and different to them. I've tried just about everything I can think of, and I always now come back to the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. It is a little bit more expensive, but it just feels the need. It does exactly what I want it to do. I can build up numerous layers. In actual fact, I've never ran out of tooth with this paper. I used to, for years, use velour paper, because that could also and can also take multiple layers, but the pastel never sat, I don't know how to say it, some would always fall off. Yeah, it wasn't as stable a paper. Whereas the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper, there's no use for fixatives or anything like that. Once the pastel's on there, it stays, which makes framing a lot easier as well. You can get pastel matte paper, and you can also get pastel matte board, where the paper's pre-attached to a board surface. That's more expensive, and I only go down that route if I'm working on something really, really big. So going in with some warm greys now down the muzzle area. And this is working loose to tight. So I want to get all the base layers in, and then I'll start putting the detail on as I'm building up the layers. So really, this is going to look a mess. I guess this is the ugly stage. People talk about ugly stage of art, and no matter which medium you're working in, they all seem to go through it. And you've just got to trust the process really, and trust your techniques. So if you're working on a piece and you come to a stage in the painting where it looks ugly, it's just not finished. That's all there is to it. Just keep adding layers. If it's a case where you can't add a layer, try and figure out how to make the layer that you're stuck at work for you. It might mean changing techniques. It might be just building on your contrast or building on your hues and values. But all paintings in all mediums go through an ugly stage. It's just part of the process. And really, there's no such thing as a mistake or a failure. The best advice I can give really is just carry on, because if you don't like it, it's just not finished. Okay, being able to turn the board back round again. When I get to the mouth part of this video, oh, it looks ugly, it really does, but it's just because they were the base layers going on, loose base layers, before tightening everything up on the layers that come later. So that's actually a very, very dark brown that I'm using there, just sort of stippling. I'm not pressing on at all, just letting the paper do all the work for me. Just let the tooth of the paper catch the pigment. That's all I'm doing there. Again, in with the blending tool. It's stained from the yellow colour, but that's fine. That's not going to affect how it can blend in other colours. And don't sharpen these. If you've got any of these tools, these blending stumps, don't sharpen them. If they start getting frayed, and they will fray if you try and sharpen them, but if they start getting frayed through just general wear and tear, just put them to one side and pick up a new one. They're really cheap. You can get a pack of them for just £2 or £3 off Amazon, and they're ideal. You can use them with charcoal and graphite and all different things, as well as pastels. So just mapping out now where everything needs to go around the mouth area. And this is an ugly stage, isn't it? This polar bear is looking terrible at the moment. But that's fine. It's all part of the process. Going in with a bit of red there. Self-explanatory again. And that will all be blended down. It will all come together. Just trust the process. If you are struggling with visualizing what you want something to look like, there's and you're in a point in your project where you're frightened of making a mistake, then get a piece of paper, just a scrap piece of whatever paper you're actually working on, and just practice. If you want to use a colour and you're not quite sure, practice on a little tiny scrap of paper next to your easel and make your mistakes on there, so that when you go on to your actual project, you're feeling a little bit more confident. But it all comes with practice. I've been doing this for as long as I can remember, since I was little. Painting and drawing, and it's just a piece of paper and some colours. There's nothing to be afraid of. So practice makes progress, by the way, not perfect. Nothing's perfect. If we did a painting or a drawing and it was perfect, there'd be no challenges left if everything you did was perfect. So when you've finished a painting, I always say to my students, congratulate yourself on something that you've achieved. Give yourself a pat on the back for something that you've achieved that you've not done before, and then critique your painting. How would you go about doing it differently? What would you change if you had to do that painting again? The polar bear's face is looking at an unusual shape at the moment, and that's because of the camera angle, that's all. The camera is coming in from the left-hand side, so it is looking a bit skew-whiff. But yeah, critique your work. And if you're comparing yourself to other artists, that's got its pros and its cons. If you admire the style of another artist, that's fine. But don't pull yourself down if your artwork isn't as good as theirs, because for one, you don't know how long they've been mastering their skills for, and what products they're using. Excuse me. They might be using materials that are like 10 times the price of the ones you're able to afford. So that, twinned with their expertise, just might make their artwork look and feel better than yours. But everybody's journey is unique, and as long as you're progressing, then that's all that matters. And if you don't feel you're progressing, then I do suggest that you take photographs of your work, maybe over the course of a few months or even a year, and when you start looking back at works you've previously done, you should see that your skill level is increasing. And with that comes confidence. Your confidence will increase as your skill level increases, and when you feel more confident, you'll get better anyway, because you'll be less frightened of making so-called mistakes. And just remember, practice makes progress. Yeah, it's definitely an ugly stage, isn't it? And a pause. This is one of those pauses. I might be having a coffee. I might just be looking at the reference material. When you are looking at your reference material, do try to really examine it. Sort of 80% of your time should be glancing at the reference material, and then just do 20% of your time working on your project. Because if you want to create something that does look realistic, and obviously this isn't hyper-realism or anything like that, but it is realistic. You can see that it's a polar bear and he's walking, from the right to the left across, snow or ice. So you do want it to look realistic, so you do need to pay attention to details within the reference image. And if you get something wrong, don't panic. There's always ways of correcting, as I said, so-called mistakes. And the busier a painting, the more you can get away with mistakes as well. If a painting's really busy looking, you're less likely to spot something where you went wrong. Whereas if you're painting, let's say, a blue sky without clouds, with a red balloon floating in it, if you make a mistake in there, you're going to be able to see it because the subject matter is very simplistic in shape and colour. But something that's more detailed, more intricate, it might look harder to do, but that shouldn't stop you having a go, because if something looks intricate and harder to do, it will disguise mistakes more easily. Mistakes will be less noticeable. Oh, I'm repeating myself. Sorry. You get the gist. So going on with the pink there, remembering that teeth are not white in nature, especially carnivores. Their teeth do tend to take on a yellow hue. I'm fiddling round, aren't I, now on that bit? Something wasn't right, and I can't remember what it was. But yeah, fiddling. It's just when you can see something and you can't, you know, something's not completely how you want it to be. It can be frustrating, and that's when I'll take a photograph on my phone and look at it on there, and 9 times out of 10 it just jumps out at you what you couldn't see because you're sitting right on top of your artwork. So if you get to a point in a painting and you know there's something wrong, but you don't know what, take a photo on your phone so you can look at it on a smaller screen. Get up out of your chair and take a few steps backwards. Excuse me. And it should jump out at you. Or you could go and make yourself a coffee or a cup of tea, and when you come back, have another look. Because sometimes, especially if you've been working on a project for a few hours, it can all sort of just blend together in your sight, and sometimes it's difficult. If you come back and it's something that you've started painting, you've laid a few layers down, and then you realise that the shape or composition is off, that can be a little bit more difficult to correct. It's not always impossible, depends what medium you're working with. If you're working in acrylics, for instance, they're very forgiving because you can go over an area with the paint, let it dry and start that area again. But with this, if I had realised at some point that the polar bear's eye was in the wrong place, or his ear or something like that was in the wrong place, it's a little bit too late and I would have had to have started again. So that's why I always encourage people to do initial sketches first, even if it's on just printer paper, you know, cheap A4 printer. Well, it's not so cheap these days, but you know what I mean, just on a piece of sketch paper. Get all your composition sorted out on there, get your sketch lines all sorted out on there, do all your erasing there, so that when you transfer your finished sketch lines over to your actual project paper or canvas, they're correct, they're as good as they're going to be. Firm foundations, that's what you want when you start your actual project. He is looking more like a polar bear now, isn't he? But I'll keep popping back over to his face and doing more to it. Again, these are just base coat layers that are going on. And if I wanted to put loads and loads and loads of detail into this polar bear, I would have had to have done him a lot bigger. It would have been a bigger project. And at the moment, I just haven't got time to work on... I've got the space now that I'm in the new studio, but I just haven't got the time to work on huge projects at the moment. All about layering. That's a lovely colour, that one is. It's an orangey brown. I don't know what it's called. I don't know the number of the pencil. It's just, I just know that I used it quite a lot during the making of the polar bear. In with a warm grey. Very light grey. But that's fine. If I go too light, I'll just go over it again. In with a white. Just lightening a few areas up. And pink. I do use a lot of pinks and lilacs. Shading yellow is lovely. If you want to shade any yellow or creamy areas of a painting, it's really nice to use lilacs, because the lilac colour is opposite yellow on a colour wheel, so they're complementary. They complement each other. They make each other pop. Mix the two together and you get a neutral colour. So I don't know if you know that. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But complementary colours on a colour wheel are the colours that are opposite each other. And if put side by side in a painting, that's where they get the name from. They complement each other. Mixed together, they make a neutral colour. That's why some people, beginners especially, get frustrated when they start mixing mud, and that's probably because they've mixed complementary colours together and they just neutralise each other. I'm going on with white again, just to lighten that area a little bit, and then blending it in with the colours that are underneath it. Just putting a bit of texture into that area now, so it doesn't look so flat. And as you can see, the eye, there's a hint of a colour in there, but that's it. Their eyes are very small in comparison to the size of the animal themselves. And this painting isn't big enough for me to start messing around with detailing an eye so small anyway. And when you're working with those blending stumps on a painting, if they get really dirty, then just wipe them off on a cloth, an old t-shirt or some tissue, something like that, and it just removes the excess pigment off it, so it doesn't muddy up any lighter colours. Or even better still, just keep one blending stump for the darker areas and another blending stump for the lighter areas. Still not happy with that bit, so going in again. This is what I said about hopping from one part to another. Just something catches your eye, and before you forget what it is, just pop in there and make those little alterations. Using a variety of greys on this one. Most of them are warm greys, just so they go well with the yellows and the creams. The yellow on my screen is looking a bit green, but it wasn't. I don't know if it's looking green on your monitor. Might just be my monitor settings while I'm doing this voiceover. And another pause. Might be checking my reference image, might be looking for different colours, and back again. So there you can see I'm just using the side of the pencil just to put a very, very fine amount of pigment on. That's better. It's still being filmed at an angle, so his head still looks a little bit of a weird shape. Using the side of the pencil like that stops you from applying too much pressure, and that stops you from getting any harsh lines on the paper. So I'm just letting the paper do all the work, just letting the paper pick up the pigment off the pencil. That's a Carbothello pencil. They're a lovely mixture. They're not too hard, not too soft. And working it in the direction that the hair would grow. Now, just because one pencil stroke looks good in one area, don't just go ahead and do that same pencil stroke everywhere else, because then the subject will end up looking artificial. So just vary it. Vary the length a little bit and vary the direction a little bit, but always stay true to your reference image. And if your reference image is like a really good pose of a subject, but you're missing detail that you might need in your painting or drawing, then use the pose from one photograph and use detailed photographs for the rest of your project. That just comes with practice. The more you do it, working from different photographs of the same subject, the easier it gets. If in doubt, when you're doing your initial sketches on your not so cheap these days printer paper, you could play around with things like that. Get a good pose from one photograph and then look at other images to work out which way the hair falls on certain parts of the subject, and lighting and things like that. You can play around with all those ideas when you're doing your initial sketches and getting a feel for your subject that way, so that when you come to do your actual project itself, all of those things have already been sorted out. So what I'm doing actually now is I'm putting lots of lines on, lots of base coat lines with the cream pencil, and then I'm glazing over that cream pencil with other colours. And what glazing means is you're just tinting a lighter colour. So now when I go over with the darker colours, it's just tint. Even that yellow is darker than the cream that I'd put on to begin with. It's just tinting the cream. So all of the lines are under there with that one. And you can go back over the top, obviously, as well, to lighten areas. But then I'm going over the darker colours just to tint it. But not tint all of it. I mean, you don't want to spend 10 minutes putting cream markings on and then just cover it all up with one colour, because there was no point in putting the cream down to begin with then. But that's how I'm working that area. And there goes the pink, just to give it a bit of variation in colour, because obviously you don't want it looking flat. Back in with the cream. That was probably to lighten the pink a little bit, and in with a darker colour, and just glazing over some areas of the lighter pigments. Oh yes, like and subscribe. If you've made it this far, I applaud you, because we're nearly an hour in. So yeah, if you're enjoying the video, please like and subscribe to the channel. It really does help with the algorithms. If you enjoy my videos, and there's over 60 now on my YouTube channel, please please subscribe and share my videos with friends and relatives who may be interested. Obviously don't spam anybody with my channel, but it really helps if you hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't already, and then share to Facebook or Twitter, or no, it's not called Twitter anymore, is it? But you know which one I mean. LinkedIn or MeWe, any of those. It really does help. And here we go again, using the lighter colours and then going over with darker colours, glazing. And you can glaze in watercolour, you can glaze in acrylics, in oils, and it's all the same. You apply a light colour first and then tint it with a darker colour. The lighter colours are normally neutral colours, sort of creams or beiges, very light beiges, and then you just glaze over it with a colour that you like, and you can build that up over and over and over again. And it's really nice working light to dark, because as I said, it's easier to work light to dark than to work dark to light, because if you go too dark in an area, sometimes it can be a little bit more difficult to get it back to being as light as you'd like it to be. Using pinks and lilacs. As I said, lilacs opposite yellow on the colour wheel, so complementary, but also it's because the polar bear's in such a cold environment, using pinks and lilacs just retains that coolness about the piece, even though we're using sort of reddish browns and yellows and creams. Using those pinks and lilacs just retains that feeling of the cool environment, for me anyway, hopefully for you too. That pencil's a Krita colour. They are really nice pastel pencils. Bought those sort of the beginning part of this year, and I'm really enjoying working with those. Bought the full set. I thought, yeah, just jumping with both feet on that one. But I use a mixture of Derwent, Daily Rowney, Carbothello, the Krita colour ones, Caran d'Ache, and they've all got different properties. They vary in softness, and in actual fact, in a brand range, some are always going to be softer than others anyway, depending on what pigments they've used, how much white has been mixed in with the pigment. So there's a lot of different variations within a brand, and a lot of different variations between brands as well. And really, it's just a case of trying a few, because all the ones I use, they're all open stock, which means you can just buy one colour, or you could buy just a few colours and give them a try. And they're all different, they've all got different properties, and it's just finding the one. If you don't want to buy sets of all different pencils, if you just want to stick to one set, it's just finding which ones are going to work best for your techniques. So popping back into the ear, does need a bit more work. I think I'd forgotten about it. I was too busy enjoying doing some fur, and then realising that the ear needs a lot more work, but that's fine. Leaning on the glassine paper, which I mentioned earlier, and you don't have to just use one piece for one painting and then throw it away, because it doesn't pick anything up. You can use one piece of glassine paper over and over and over again on all different projects. Just make sure it's nice and clean, wipe it down with a baby wipe or something like that, dry it off with a piece of kitchen towel, and you're good to go on your next project. And also, when storing artworks, I always store them with a piece, if they've not been framed, I always store them with a piece of glassine between each project, and it just keeps them nice and clean and nice and safe, and stops anything from smudging or getting dirty. Building up the darks, so again working light to dark, using the other end of the blending tool then. And onto the feet. So the rest of the body was done, as you saw me do the head and neck. So just defining the shadows underneath the feet a little bit more. I do come back later on in the video and add the complete shadow that runs all the way underneath the bear. You'll see that in a bit. And building up those lilacs so they look like they're cool shadows, which they would be because they're on a snowy, icy surface. And just having a play with some colours now. It's what I do, that's how I work. It's I try some colours. If I don't like it, put them down, put them to one side, pick up some other colours, try those. There's no perfect colour. If you think, like if you're doing a tiger, that there's going to be a perfect orangey brown, there's not, because your subject will look different depending on what lighting conditions it's under. So it's not really about colour as much as you think. It's about contrast, lights and darks. But obviously, if you pick up a yellow and say it leans more towards green, then you might try it a little bit, put a few strokes down and decide that's not the one you want to use. That's fine. And then you pick up another yellow that's maybe more towards an orangey tone, then that one might work for you. So, but colour doesn't matter as much as you think it does. You still want to get as close to what you want, but it's not the be all and end all. So putting those darks in just to represent where the bear's claws would be, but I don't want them so distinctive that they're going to shout out to the viewer, look at me, because that's not what we want. So that's why I went over with a lighter colour, just to tone them down a little bit so they're not too dark. Again, using the pencil on its side, so not applying any pressure at all, just letting the paper do all the work. Getting some darker tones in, because there is a shadow that's across this part of the foot of the bear and the front of the leg, and that shadow is being cast by the head and neck of the bear. And that straight away tells us where the light source is coming from, which in turn tells us where the shadows need to go underneath the bear if they're not in your reference image. So if you're ever looking at a reference image and you're not quite sure where the light is coming from, there's a few tricks you can use. If the subject, I'm assuming your wildlife drawing or painting, if the subject has a highlight in the eye, that can tell you where the light source is coming from. The only one that I wouldn't trust is if the reference image has been taken with a flash and then there's just a pinpoint of light in the eye. That's not helpful, and I don't like to see that portrayed in paintings anyway. But if it's more of a naturalistic highlight, then that can show you which direction the light's coming from, whether it's directly above the subject, in which case the shadowing needs to be directly below the subject, or if the highlight is coming from, say, the top right, then the shadow is going to be bottom left, that sort of thing. It just helps if you're having to use your artistic imagination to put shadows in and things like that, if it's not clear on your reference image. And this goes with if you're using more than one reference image as well. So if you're using a reference image of a pose that you really like, let's have a think, say a horse galloping. You like the pose, but it doesn't really show you much more than a pose because maybe it's out of focus slightly or the horse is far away. Then by looking at other reference images, you can try and start to get your head around where would the lighting be coming from, or where would I want the lighting to be coming from to make my project look more dynamic. So that's another thing to have a play with on your initial sketches. Okay, so I've turned him round a little bit so we can work on the body. So I'm nice and comfortable working at my easel, and the whole of the body now that you can see has been covered with cream base coat lines. So I've sketched in all of the cream, so it's very light. You can just about, well, I can just about see it on my monitor. I hope you can too. So all of the hard work's been done, and now it's just a case of glazing. So again, no pressure, hardly any pressure at all with these pencils. Just let the paper do the work. Let the pigment just roll off the pastel pencil and just glaze as we're going along. I tried altering the video settings for this portion of the clip just to get it a little bit more true to life, and it's not too bad. It's not looking too bad on my screen. Obviously it's not brilliant, else it would match the finished project photograph on the top left hand side, but at least you can see how I'm working, which is good. So in with the greys, taking real notice now again of my reference image and where the shadow is on the body, because obviously if we were to do the glazing right across the body now, even if we use different colours of, I don't know, pinks and lilacs and yellows and creams, the body would look really flat without shadows. So we need to get those shadows in. They're really important. They give the body of the bear shape. And these are still base coats, so there's still detail to go on top. So just building up those layers, building up the colour, and because I'm going on very lightly, I can build up numerous layers because I'm not filling the tooth of the paper hardly at all. And if I use a colour in one part of the subject, then I want to continue using that colour in other parts of the subject as well. If by any chance you pick up a colour and apply it and it is completely the wrong colour, so if I was to pick up, I don't know, bright red, yikes, and apply it and I can't cover it up, then I need to use that colour in another part of the subject as well. For the simple reason is, if you use completely the wrong colour in one part of a painting and you can't disguise it, you can't get rid of it, you can't go over it, if you just leave it in that one area, it will definitely look like it was a mistake. But if you apply it in other areas of your painting, it now looks deliberate and becomes part of your painting. So just keep that in mind as well. And as I said, if you're unsure if a colour is going to work in a painting, then have that little piece of scrap paper next to you and try colours out before applying new colours to a project. That goes with painting or drawing, or working with coloured pencil or pastel, anything with colour. It's nice just to have that little piece of scrap paper to one side, but it needs to be the same paper that you're currently working on. If you struggle with contrast, so if you struggle with how light to go on something and how dark to go with something, then maybe switch over to just using charcoal or graphite for a while, where you're only working with shades of grey, black and white, and that might help you get to grips with contrast and how dark to go and how light to go. And that is a really cheap way of getting into art as well, is charcoal or graphite. So still going in with the lilacs. I want to continue now using the lilacs and the pinks that I've used in other areas of the bear. I'm working them in. That's one of the Cretacolor pastel pencils. Can't believe how nice they are, and they're really affordable as well. And they're open stock as well, so you could buy a few, try them out if you like them before jumping in and buying the set. Carbothellos, that's a Carbothello. They're wonderful. They're brilliant. Nice wide range of colours. Faber-Castell, that's a Faber-Castell pastel pencil. They're brilliant as well. They're all brilliant. I have not come across actually a pastel pencil that I haven't liked, and the light fastness on them is brilliant as well, meaning they won't fade when exposed to daylight. Obviously, no matter what medium you're using, never hang a finished artwork in direct sunlight. that goes without saying, because everything will fade over time. But you know, always hang on a wall where it's not going to be getting direct sunlight all the time. And obviously if you are worried, then hang your artwork, when you frame it, put it behind a UV protecting glass. Some people spray their work with a UV protecting spray. I don't do that, but some people do. So there's all different ways, and make sure that everything you're working with is acid free, because that does help. So acid free paper, acid free masking tape and framers tape. And if you put a mount board around one of your paintings or drawings, make sure that's an acid free mount board as well. If you go for a really good brand like Daler Rowney mount board, they're all acid free. So they've got archival properties, meaning there's no acid in the material that will leach into your artworks and spoil them over time. Okay, so I'm probably having a coffee or looking through my pencils, and this is a pregnant pause. A pause in my work. Or I might have just been looking at the reference image a little bit more. There you go. And the lighting's a little bit better as well. Don't know what happened there. I probably went for a coffee and then came back, and the light in the studio, the daylight in the studio had changed a little bit. Although I am working under daylight bulbs as well. But yeah, that looks better. That's quite a peachy colour that I'm using at the moment. And I do go back through some of the fur I've done earlier and use that one in there as well. So maybe I just was hunting through my colours. Still not pressing on. It's really hard unless you're sitting next to somebody and watching them work. It's hard to visualise how hard somebody's pressing down or how light someone's pressing. So the harder you push, the more pigment's going to be released, and that goes with paintbrushes, pencils, everything. Even digital art, the harder you push generally, the wider a line and more pigment is produced. Not produced, what's the word? Laid down on the surface. Making sure there's shadowed areas right up near his shoulder blades as well, because you've got to remember there is a skeletal form underneath all of this fur and muscular form as well, and you just got to remember all of that when applying the top layers. Now you can see the very, very light lines that I've applied that I'm glazing over, and this close-up shows you how the glazing goes on. So where there isn't a line, the pigment is going to go down darker. Where there is a light line of pigment, the pigment will go down lighter because it's mixing with the cream colour on the paper. Still very light hand. Obviously you can see I'm holding the pencil way back along the barrel of the pencil, so I'm not applying too much pressure. Looking at the reference image just to see where the shadowing falls on this foot. Using all the same colours that I've used in the rest of the subject. These colours are not on the lilacs and pinks are not on the reference image. It's just the addition that I decided to make when I started this project. And as I said, I'm going on so light that if there's an area that I work on that I don't like, that's fine. I'll just rub it right into the tooth of the paper with one of the blending tools and then go over it. Not a problem at all. And as you can see from this clip, actually, I've just noticed that the colours I'm using, or the colours that I used in the midground and foreground, are complemented because I've used them in the bear as well. Like I said right at the very beginning of the video, our subjects reflect their surroundings in their eyes, in their fur. Obviously you can't see it in the eyes of this bear, with the eyes being so small in this painting, but everything is reflective. So to get the same colours running throughout a painting just pulls everything together. It pulls the background, the foreground, the midground and the subject all together if you've used one or more colours throughout a painting. If I'm doing a close-up of an eye, I like to use colours from the surrounding areas of the picture in the eye, and it just pulls that together as well. So just going on with some white now, putting some final details in. And then I would step away, have a look, take a photograph, see what needs doing and keep going back in. And there might be areas at the back of the bear that need extra work, or the front of the bear that needs extra work, and it's just balancing the whole thing up now. I believe that's what I was doing now. I'd stepped away and seen what needs little additional touches. And if I didn't have the glassine paper, I would definitely be using a mole stick, because I really do need to lean on the project to get close in to see what I'm doing. And the detailing is quite small now, so I would need some way of resting my hand. So without the glassine, it would be the mole stick I'd be using. And his mouth is looking nice and neat as well. So the ugly stage is over on that, thankfully. That's it, ugly stages that don't last forever. Just work through it and trust that later layers will begin to look better. Moving down to his shoulder area and the side of his chest area. And if you get carried away and get too many highlights, that's fine. Just blend it in and go over with some darks, or you can just glaze over it with the colour that you need and tone it down a little bit. Not a problem at all. Always better to go too light than too dark. I'm watching the board across the easel there, so it's just easy for me to get to. And I've not got my head in the frame, thankfully, during this video. So at this point I've put the reference image away now, and I'm just looking at what my painting needs. We're not creating completely like for like. We're not photographers. This isn't going to look line for line, bit by bit like the photograph. As I said, the photograph hasn't got pinks and lilacs and things in it anyway. So what I'm doing now is applying a little bit more detail to mine, stepping away, having a look, what else does it need, deciding, going back and adding what I think it needs. Beauty is definitely in the eye of the beholder, and it's your artwork, so you make the decision what your artwork needs. Okay, going in now So I'd already added tiny little shadows underneath the feet, but now the bear was in place, I needed to go ahead now and add the actual shadowing underneath him. So I know the light is hitting the top of his back and the top of his head. So the light's coming in from the top more or less. And so I need the shadow to be underneath. So really, really painstakingly light strokes. I didn't want this shadow to go too dark too quick. I wanted to remain in full control of this now that I'd done all the work everywhere else. So just mixing it in with the whites that are underneath that layer. So just blending it all out a little bit at a time. Excuse me. And I'm using Derwent pastel for this part of the shadowing. Derwent pastels are very soft. So holding it right back on the barrel of the pencil so I don't accidentally put too much pressure on. I don't want too much pigment to be laid down too quickly. So just following the line, that leg, and I'm just underneath now, he's obviously lifted up. So it's off the ground because he's walking. So I don't want the shadow to go too close to that foot. I'll see it would look like a ballerina. It'd look like he'd got his toes on the snow. Not a look that I was going for. So just staying away from that foot just so you can tell that it's lifted up. Going in now with it's like a very, very dark turquoisey blue. Turquoise, a very dark turquoise. And the blending stub again. Don't want any hard lines under there at all. So it's always nice to add a little bit because you can always add more. At this point I didn't want to add too much and then struggle to soften it back down again. So keep adding a little bit, having another look, and where needed adding a little bit more. And there you have him. Polar bear. I don't know why I've left the other one at the top. I think that hopefully that should disappear in a minute. And that's it, that's finished. If you've made it this far, thank you so much. It's been a long one. I've got an itchy throat now, so I need to go and get a throat sweet. But if you've liked the video, thank you for staying this long. If you've liked it, please hit like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Join me over on social media. I'm on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, MeWe. Yeah, share with family and friends, and I will see you all soon. Take care, stay creative. Bye bye. Hi there my friends, and welcome to my YouTube channel. Today's project is a red squirrel in pastel. The techniques I'm going to be showing you today are suitable for beginners, so grab your art things and work along with me on your own project, or just listen with a coffee. I've got my coffee ready for an hour of rambling. Okay, here we go. So the paper I'm working on is Clairefontaine pastel matte. If you haven't used that before, It's a beautiful textured paper for dry medium. You can use wet medium as well on it, but for dry medium, it's got a slight tooth to it. It feels like cork, but it'll hold a multitude of layers. So I've sketched my initial sketch on very lightly with graphite pencil. Then I've taped the paper to a board with acid-free masking tape. And now I'm just applying the background with PanPastel. And if you haven't seen those before, it's a soft pastel pigment in little containers that look like makeup compact containers. They're quite expensive, looking at the whole scheme of things, but you do get a lot for your money. And I've been using them for a few years now, and I think it's only white that I've had to replace. The others are still going fine, plenty of pigment left in them. So they do go a long, long way. The tool that I'm using there is one of these soft tools. That's SOFFT. I'm not sure if they're made by the same company that make PanPastel, but you can have a look on the internet, and I'll list them in the description below as well. Yeah, the little tools, they come in a variety of shapes, probably 4 shapes, and they have interchangeable sponges, because obviously the sponges do wear away, it's depending on what paper you're working on. If you're working on a rougher paper, they're going to actually wear away quicker. So using them on a soft paper, they'll last a lot longer. Okay, so I'm just applying dark to light and light to dark for a bokeh background. I do have other pastel videos on my website, one that shows how to work a bokeh background in pastel, and there's a few others that teach these same techniques as well. It's just when you're doing a bokeh background, an out of focus background, it's best to be as random as you can. Try and think about something else, else you will end up with a pattern, or turn your work upside down even. So yep, just applying light to dark and dark to light, building up these soft pastel layers for the background. So it's going to be all out of focus. Now, as you can see on the squirrel, part of the eye and part of the tail, I have applied black. Now that black is gouache. The thing is, if you apply a base coat of black in pastel, there's any chance, if you're a bit clumsy like me, that you're going to actually knock it during the process. Now this is something I've been wanting to try, so I thought I'll go for it on this piece. So just it's Winsor & Newton Artists gouache, but you can use any gouache. You could even use watercolour and just stain the paper, as it's not going to lift because everything else going on top of it is going to be dry medium. So you'll have to excuse me if I keep having to lean away from the mic. I've actually got COVID at the minute, so I keep wanting to cough, and I've got a huge glass of water, so please bear with me. Yeah, so I've just applied this black gouache onto the tail, a little bit of white and grey gouache mixed in just on the tail. I was just messing about really before I actually decided that this was going to be videoed all the way through. Excuse me. So, and then black and white on the eye. Leave it at that. All your pastels will go on top perfectly. And the best thing about putting pastel on top of gouache is gouache dries matte. It dries with a slight texture to it, so it's ideal for working over the top with coloured pencils, or with pastel. Any dry mediums, graphite, charcoal, anything like that goes brilliantly onto the top of gouache because it's matte and because of the texture that it dries with. Yeah, it dries with a slightly rough texture. Okay, back into the background now. So I'm just applying more of the soft pastels. It's very self-explanatory really. I don't need to do a lot of waffling during this part of the video. And that's one of the Mungio soft pastels. They're really cheap, especially if you're a beginner. Anything, just grab anything. If you're working with pastels, just use what you have. The best materials to use are the ones you already have. Then once you're happy and you know you can utilize the materials you already have, that's when I say, you know, to start looking around and adding to your collection. If, like me, you work in a variety of mediums, then I'm always on the lookout for new materials, but ones that will add to my existing materials. The worst thing is if you buy something new and then you don't use the things you already have, then it's just money wasted, materials wasted. So if you're looking to buy something new, make sure it's going to be something that will be of benefit to the materials you already have. And if, like a lot of people, when you start out, you buy less, I don't want to say inferior, but if you buy less expensive materials, as you progress, you might want to be buying artist quality materials as opposed to the student quality materials, depending on what you want to do. And the thing is, if you're working with a student quality material but you're getting on really well with it, then as you run out of certain colours, just replace those colours with the artist quality materials, and that way you'll be building your high quality material range without, you know, leaving the student ones behind, you know, without any waste. So for watercolours, oil paints, pastels, you know, just use what you have. And then if you feel like you want to progress to using artist quality materials, then, you know, do it that way. Run out of one, replace it with a better quality one. Things like Winsor and Newton, I'm going off on a tangent now, I know, but I'll just, you know, while it's in my head, I'll let you know. Things like, Winsor and Newton, their cotton watercolours are a great starter. And I know a lot of artists that just stick with the cotton, which is the student grade watercolour. They don't even bother going for the artist grade. You know, it's just, sometimes it's what you get used to, is what becomes familiar to you as well. Some people, you know, when they start a new hobby, they go straight in at the deep end and they do buy the artist quality materials, but sometimes those materials, because they've cost a lot of money, can be so precious that you don't actually want to mess about with them as such, because you feel like then you're wasting money. Whereas if you'd have gone for a student quality material and student quality paper, then, you know, you're more inclined to play with your materials, and in that way learn more, because they're not so precious. You're not so worried about wasting them if you've spent a lot of money on them, things like that. Just I'm blaming it on COVID. My brain's all over the place at the moment. Okay, this is taking a long time. I didn't realise that I hadn't edited out all of this background footage, but I'm hoping that it gives me time to waffle and catch up. If you've got any questions at all, obviously not COVID related, just pop them in the comments below and I will answer them. I do read them all, and it's nice to be back to recording for YouTube again, which is great. Some great news. I've been asked by Derwent to be an ambassador for Derwent, so I've just signed the contract for that. I'm just waiting to hear from them now. So lots of good things in the pipeline for this year. Can't believe we're in June already. It's this year's. Where's it gone? Oh my word. Busy, busy, busy. I hope everybody's keeping busy and keeping happy and healthy and creative. If you'd like any subjects, materials covered, then please let me know in the comments below. Like and subscribe and share with friends. There will be a pastel squirrel appearing in this video sometime soon. It's not too far away. I'm just looking at the timeline and I think it's about let's have a look, about 12 minutes in, and then I'll start on the squirrel, so just a couple more minutes to go. Okay, I do have a few videos actually lined up now waiting to be edited, so I'll get round to those ASAP and get the voiceovers done now that my voice is clear and I'm not coughing so much. Okay, so yeah, just applying some greens. When you're applying a background, to be sort of true to the nature of art, if you're copying a photograph like for like, then fair enough. But you just remember that what looks good in a photograph doesn't always look good in a painting. So keep that in mind if you're going from reference material, which I'm assuming you would be. And also just keep in mind that if you want your background to be out of focus and to actually look further away than the subject, keep in mind that it is best and easier to use cool colours, because cool colours are recessive. So recessive, is that a real word? I think it is. So they'll look like they're further away from a warm colour, which will look closer to the viewer. So just keep that in mind as well. So hence I'm pushing lots of light blues, lilacs, cool greens into this background to push the background further back. Okay, and if I do introduce a warm colour, because it's in the photograph for instance, I do tend to use it sparingly, because I don't want that background to feel like it's coming too far forward. Okay, so that's the background in. Now these little flowers, out of focus flowers, are what I would call the midground. So they're not as far away as things right in the background. They're not as close to the viewer as the squirrel, because I want the squirrel to be in focus, but they're maybe just behind the squirrel, so just slightly out of focus. So just going in with the soft tool again. As I said, you could use pencils for the whole of this project, or a project like it. You could just use pastel pencils if that's all you've got. Just use them. But when you're working and you want it to be out of focus and have a soft look about it, lay the pencil on its side so that you don't get the tip of the pencil leaving any harsh lines, and that way they'll be easier to blend as well. But with any paper, especially a pastel paper, the more layers that you can pop on there, the better, because then it's easier to blend. Okay, so I've come away from the background now and the midground, and applying some base coat layers to the squirrel. Hooray! 12 minutes 56 seconds and we're finally on the squirrel. So applying base coats as always, no matter what mediums I work in, watercolour, oils, acrylics, inks, anything, graphite, charcoal, you name it, I work in it generally. I apply base coats. I'm self-taught, and I seem to work all of my mediums in the same, roughly the same manner, apart from watercolours where I would work light to dark, but that's different. So for opaque mediums, I do like to get a base coat in, sort of a tonal map really. Getting the contrasts in at this early point is quite important really. It was lovely having that black already in with the gouache, but had that not been there, I would have gone in and added a very dark brown or black over dark red, for instance. I never apply black on its own with a dry medium, or wet medium for that matter. So this was a one-off, because I knew I was going to be putting a dark brown over the top. Anyway, build up your base coats, get your contrasts in. Now the higher the contrast, the more realistic something will look. Not necessarily about colour, it is about contrast. If you look around you, whichever room you're sitting in, and however the room is lit, there'll always be a lot of contrast, shadows behind tables, shadows falling across the floor. Then you look at your darkest areas, maybe where a curtain is up against a wall, and then you look at the lightest area, maybe in a window, or next to a lamp if you've got a lamp on, and the contrast is huge. So everywhere you look, in the wild, in nature, even in your home, there's a lot of contrast going on. It makes everything visually appealing, especially when it's being translated into a painting. So just keep that in mind. Get your darks nice and dark, get your lights bright and light. Leave your whites till last though, because too much white and it won't pop. A little bit of white on a painting makes it pop. And if you're using black, do mix it in with other colours. If you want a warm black, you can put undertones in of deep reds, burgundies, things like that. If you want a cool black, then you can add lilacs and dark blues to it as well, and then your black will never look flat. Okay, so I've added the base coats to the tail with the soft pastel. Now I'm adding more base coats with the pastel pencils, and I do use a variety of pastel pencils on this piece. I'll just look at my list. I do use, let's have a look, Derwent, Faber-Castell, Daler Rowney, Carbothello and Caran d'Ache. I don't think I've missed any out there. So use what you have, and as you can see, I'm just building up the general tones, values of the tail, and the different hues are going in now. And also when I'm adding the colours like this, I keep going in the direction that I want the actual detail that will go on top of all of this to go, so that if any of these lines are seen through the additional layers, they won't look wrong, they'll look right, they'll just give the piece more depth. Now at the minute it just looks a scrubby mess, I must admit, and all paintings, no matter which medium I work with, they all go through the ugly layer. And sometimes if you're a beginner or even, you know, more experienced artist, it can be off-putting. So what I tend to do is I focus on one part of the painting, and you'll see this with this project, and I take it to near completion. So with this project I just focused all my energies now on the tail, and I get the tail to near completion. That way at least one part of your painting looks okay. Because at the minute, if I was to do this amount of work all over the squirrel, it would, yeah, I'd need more coffee. I'd definitely need more coffee. So by working one piece to completion, you sort of give yourself a pat on the back, and it's all feeling good. And it gives you hope that the rest of the painting will turn out as good. So if, like me, you can be easily discouraged when things reach the ugly stage, just concentrate on one piece of your painting and take it to completion. Now, if you're painting a wet materials, no oils, acrylics, watercolours, things like that, and you're mixing colours to take a piece of your painting to completion, don't forget to write down little side notes if need be, showing yourself, reminding yourself what colours you mixed to reach that part of the painting that is now complete, so that when you start painting on the other areas of the painting, you don't suddenly stumble by forgetting which colours you mixed to make, to get to a certain colour in your painting, if you know what I mean. Pencils, pastels, they're easy. The ones I'm working with get bundled in a little pile next to me. And there's no point in asking which colours I use. I never list anything like that because I use so many and from so many different makes. If it looks right, I pick it up and give it a go. If it turns out to be the wrong colour, I put it down and pick up another one. And it's that simple. Don't be scared of making mistakes. 9 times out of 10, well, 99% of mistakes can be covered up and disguised, and you wouldn't even know they're there. Okay, so all of the base coats now onto the squirrel's tail, and as you can see, it's looking fluffy, but I want it to look better than that. You could leave it at that. I could do the whole painting like that. It'd be a very soft effect, which is lovely in itself. If I'm working in a sketchbook, that's probably the amount of detail I put in the sketchbook, especially if I'm working from life, because you've got to be quick. But when I'm sitting in the studio and I've got a podcast on and plenty of coffee going, then I just like to sit and play with detail. I'm a bit of a detail freak, and we all see the world differently. So some people will see the world in washes of colour and they'll reproduce that in their paintings, and that's perfect for them. Some people see detail and enjoy looking at detail. I can remember having a microscope when I was a child, and I loved looking at things through this microscope. I just love detail. Nature's detail is phenomenal, and it's just something that I like to, so I'm going to say most of the time, reproduce in my artwork. I don't always reproduce, it depends what I'm doing. I can work looser, not completely loose. I'm not comfortable with, I don't enjoy, yeah, I should say I don't enjoy it. I'm comfortable with doing it. If that's a commission that I need to do, then I can do it. But for me, I just like to tighten things up and get in with the detailing. It's just how I am. Everybody's different. You take your projects to the level of detail that you're comfortable with and the level of detail that you want to see in your finished pieces, but don't feel the need to copycat somebody else. If you're not happy with detailed pieces in your work, you know, don't do it. It's like some people like to spatter paint within their watercolors. Well, if you like painting in watercolor but you don't like spattering in your watercolors, you're not going to do it. And the same goes for detail. You take your piece to the level with which you're happy, with which you're comfortable, which, you know, take your painting to where it's pleasing to the eye for you. Your painting should be for you. Before anything else, it should be making you happy. Don't try and make somebody else happy, because it'll never work. If you're not happy with a piece, it'll show. So if, for instance, you've started taking commissions and somebody shows you a photograph of their dog, you know, that died 20 years ago, and they've got this old ratty photo, and they're desperate for you to do a painting. If you know you're not going to be able to produce a piece that you're going to be happy with, then you need to say no. Because if you start working on a painting, no matter what the subject, and you're not happy starting it, no way will you be happy with the finished result. It just doesn't work like that. As artists, our heart needs to be in the work we're doing. Because it will show in the finished piece. So just keep that in mind. So whatever level of detail you're happy with, take your piece to that level and then sit back and relax. I'm not into hyper-realism. I'm amazed at some of the works that I do see online of hyper-realists, but for me, that doesn't appeal either. So you see, everybody's completely different. I love detail, but I wouldn't want to take my work to that next level. I probably could if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I don't have enough hours in the day as it is, let alone spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours on one piece. So yeah, everybody's different. Embrace the world as you see it. You know, that's and yeah, be self-critical with your work too. This is another thing. I'm currently teaching workshops over at Martin Mere Wetlands Centre in Lancashire, and encouraging people to be self-critical, but only to a certain degree. You know, always pat yourself on the back for something you've done well, and critique your work as well. Okay, so we're building up all of the base coats. As I said, I've gone on with a soft pastels. I'm really waffling today, aren't I? Sorry about that. And then we're building up the subsequent layers with the pastel pencils. And yes, that's green. Don't ask me why. It just works. It's just one of those things, isn't it? I just wanted to put a bit of green in there, put a bit of green in his tail, why not? And it worked. It was don't be frightened. If that had gone wrong, I could have just glazed over it with a different colour. You know, it's one of those things. I do believe, let me just have a quick think. Yeah, all the mediums I work with, I do utilise glazing, and all glazing is tinting one colour with another colour. So if I'd have gone wrong, you know, applying that green, I would have just tinted it with another colour, with a translucent colour. So maybe an orangey brown, and it would just look like an orangey brown in the end, having tinted over it. Obviously the lighter colours, creams, whites, this yellow that's going on, they're really easy to to glaze over, to tint with another colour. So if you go, you know, you think, oh, this looks really good just here, I'll do a bit more, I'll do a bit more, I'll do a bit more, and then you find that you've done too much of a lighter colour, that's fine. Just get a darker colour, a brown or a grey or anything you want, a lilac for instance. Lay it on its side if it's a pastel pencil and just gently pull it across the lighter colours, and it'll just tint them, it'll just alter the colour of them. If in doubt, practice on a piece of scrap paper. You know, it's a learning curve. Every single painting that I sit down to work on, every single project that I do, every sketch that I make, oh, it's beginning to sound like that police song, every step you take. Oh my word. Yeah, every single thing I do art-wise has a learning curve all of its own. Honestly, I learn something new with every single painting and project and sketch and drawing and doodle even. And even writing out a list of things that I need to say on a YouTube channel. Not that I'm working from a list today, which you can probably tell. But yeah, every part of being an artist and being creative is a learning curve. It's wonderful. I love it. Nothing better at all. So because there were so many light coloured hairs on this part of the tail, excuse me, where the light was catching it, I did want to break that up just a little bit. Now, going on with a sharpened pencil, and how I sharpen my pencils is another thing entirely, because I do it all with a knife and sandpaper, so I'll have to make a little video out of that. I've been making some shorts, so I might just make a little short about that. But if going on with something dark like this to break up that lighter area, if I go on too hard, I just get my finger and just gently blend it away, very, very gently, and then go on with some lights on top if I've overdone it. So not a problem. If you are working a lighter pigment like this over a darker pigment, it can pick up some of the darker pigment and transfer it. And so all you need to do is just keep wiping the darker pigment off your pencil onto a piece of tissue paper, and there's not a problem at all then. Also, when you're watching me work with pencils, especially pastel pencils, you will see that I'm rotating the pencil in my hand, and that's just to keep a sharpened edge. Because when you're working on a rough paper, if you're working on a sanded paper or this Clairefontaine pastel mat, you do find that as the paper wears away some of the pigment from the pencil, it is actually sharpening the pencil on that side, so it's leaving and creating an edge. Excuse me. So by just rotating your pencil, you're just picking up a fresh edge to get a fine line again. And if you really, really need a fine edge, then just swipe your pencil across some sandpaper to get your point back. And coming in with that crazy green again, working really well. It's added a really nice natural colour to the squirrel in the end. I can't remember now whether I think it was, what was it? I think I've got a lot of creams going on the reference image, and because I've got a green background, I knew that the creams and the whites would be reflective to some degree of the greens in the foliage around the squirrel. I mean, this is going back a little while to when I actually filmed this, so I'm not guessing as such, but I think that's what was happening there. That's why the green came out. Should keep a notebook next to me, really, shouldn't I, while I'm painting? Encourage everybody else to do it, and then yeah, it's a do as I say and not as I do moment. So a few more wispy hairs going in. And obviously I don't know if you're watching this on a smaller screen or a bigger screen. I'm actually watching it at the moment on a big Asus screen, so it's much bigger than life. I don't know what I was going to say then. Oh, crumbs. Oh dear. I think let me just have a sip of coffee and it'll come back to me. Oh yeah, so I'm watching this bigger than life on a quite a big screen at the moment as I'm narrating through, doing the voiceover. And you might be watching it on maybe a tablet or your phone. I know some people watch YouTube videos on the phone. And the thing is, when you're creating a piece of artwork, this is where I was heading. When you're creating a piece of artwork, you are sometimes just inches away. You know, especially if you're working on detail, you're literally inches away from your painting or drawing. But what you need to remember is every so often sit back, you know, rest your eyes by looking at something in the distance out of the window maybe. But also remember that when you've finished your drawing, paint or painting, viewers aren't necessarily going to be viewing it at the distance where you've been creating it. So it's well known among artists that the diagonal measurement of a painting, if you times that by 2.5, so 2.5 times the diagonal, that generally is the distance that people stand and view artwork from. So if you've got a painting that measures, you know, 10 inches diagonal, they're naturally going to stand 25 inches, so just over 2 feet away from it. Interesting, eh? And I think people do it, you know, without realising that's what they're actually doing. So you can be putting all the detail in, you know, for, you know, you could be just doing everything. You could do it, putting little mites in his fur or anything like that. But unless people are so close to your work, the same distance that you have been sitting whilst working on it, it's probably overkill. Unless you want to be, you know, unless you want people to be looking at your artwork through a magnifying glass. But just keep that in mind. Yeah, 2.5 times the diagonal is the viewing distance, generally. Okay, so as you can see, the tail is looking nice and fluffy and no longer resembles the ugly mess that it was sort of 10 minutes ago. And it just, yeah. Don't you think? Do you do that with your paintings? You know, you get to a point and you just finish one part of it and you think, that's lovely. Now I know. I can go and grab another cup of coffee and continue to work the rest of the painting to, you know, that sort of ends. The end is in sight. The light is at the end of the tunnel. You know, that sort of thing. Also, when you're starting a new painting, I don't know about you, but for me, sometimes I feel daunted. I've created hundreds of paintings, but every single new painting is like, sometimes, you know, you sit down, look at this blank canvas or blank sheet of paper, and it's like you've never painted before, and you think, oh, come on, Kerry, what are you messing about at? But as soon as you start, as soon as you put your pencil to paper, or your, you know, paintbrush to canvas, it all comes together, and it's just a wonderful opportunity to just be creative in the moment. Okay, so as I said at the beginning of this very long video, the black on the eye is actually dried gouache, and as I said, it just leaves this beautiful texture, a matte, a slightly textured surface for you to put your pastels on, or if you're working in coloured pencil, to put your coloured pencils on. It's lovely, and it won't shift unless you add water, which we're obviously not going to do with this one. So I've added a little bit of blue to the white of the eye, just to depict a sky that it might be sitting under. And then don't forget the shadowing around the eyelids. Excuse me. Going in with a little bit of black. So yeah, work your black onto black gouache, and it just makes it a little bit richer. I won't leave all of the black as black, obviously, because I don't like black on its own, because it can look very flat. So I'm actually looking now, don't know if that is black or a very deep dark brown, not sure, it's one or t'other. So yeah. And also when you're working in pastels, it is easy to lose your initial shapes. So if you have sketched an eye in or a nose in, or you know, teeth into a canine portrait or something like that, and you start applying a soft medium, especially like pastels, you can lose the initial shape if you're not careful. So keep popping back in, refining that shape. Make sure you don't lose it. I think the worst thing to draw would be like marbles or something like that, because you know, you start off with these beautiful circular orbs, and you know, you get your paint going, get some background in, and then they slightly start changing shape and you have to refine them again, and you know, it's like that. Keep in mind your initial shape and keep referring back to your initial sketch if you have one. Hopefully you've kept your initial sketch to one side, just to make sure you're not going in the lines too far, out the lines too far, making sure that everything stays the same shape and size. It's really, really easy when you're painting to inadvertently, you know, you're not doing it on purpose, to alter the size of something, so you can end up going round and round an eye so many times that the eye becomes smaller. Or you can, you know, it can go the opposite way as well. You can add lots and lots of darks. If I went round this eye lots and lots of times with lots and lots of darks, I could actually make the eye bigger than it should be. So just keep things like that in mind as well. Proportions, make sure your proportions are kept true throughout a painting or drawing. Yeah, and obviously always start with a good drawing. You know, a strong foundation is always the best one to build on. If you've not got a good drawing to begin with, don't ever think that you'll be able to correct it during the painting process, because it gets really hard. Always best to start with a strong drawing that's true, you know, that's got the correct proportions, correct dimensions and things like that. Even if it takes, you know, an extra half an hour in the drawing process, or maybe even an extra day, depending on how often you get to draw and things like that. You know, it's really easy to have an idea and to want to jump straight in with the painting without, you know, fleshing out the drawing to begin with. We've all done it. It's just one of those things. You get excited and, you know, you want to go and paint, but make sure your drawing is spot on before you start your painting. I don't know why there's this big pause just there. Excuse me. I might have been looking at the reference image. I might have been searching through my pencils. The paper I'm leaning on, that piece there that I'm leaning on, is actually called glassine paper. Used to be called butcher's paper, I think. And nothing sticks to it, so you're fine to lean on that. You just place it over the work that you've already done, or over your clean paper if you don't want to get any dust or oils out of your hands onto the paper. But even if you've already worked an area, just lay that piece of glassine over it, and you can lean on it without the fear of it picking up and smudging work that's underneath. The glassine I buy is by Plain, same manufacturer as the pastel matte paper I'm working on today. And I just buy it in big sheets and store it under the bed, and then just cut it down to suitable pieces when I need a new piece. And you don't have to have a new piece for every project. That piece will last, you know, a few paintings until I drop it on the floor and stand on it, or it gets ripped or whatever, because obviously it doesn't pick up pigment, so you can use it between projects. It's not a problem. You can use it between projects of different mediums. You know, if I'm working in inks, I'll use that to lean on once the ink is dry, and then maybe I'm working on coloured pencil for the next project, or charcoal, I'll use it for there as well. I mean, obviously with things like charcoal, especially willow charcoal, things like that are very, very soft and very, very I was going to say scatterbrained, but I think that's me today. Very easy to move, yeah. Then there might be a tendency of it moving a little bit, but I've never had a problem. But there again, you know, I'm not everybody, and you're you and I'm me. So, but glassine, brilliant stuff. if you've not got glassine, anything is better than nothing. So a piece of tracing paper, piece of baking parchment, anything that you can lean on, so the oils from your skin aren't getting in contact with the paper and you're not smudging the work you've already worked on. Okay, so the eye's done, and now it's a case of building up all those lovely base coat layers like we did on the tail. But this time I just fancied having a play with my pencils. As I said, I always have a podcast going or YouTube on or something. Very rarely just music. It's normally podcast or YouTube. And I just get in a little world of my own, and it's nice because I forget the camera's recording. So I've become more comfortable. Why is it that when we get in front of a camera, it's like everything becomes so alien? It's really weird. So it's nice if I can actually get the camera rolling before I start working, and then I can just forget it's there. Yeah, you sometimes see my head in front of the frame, and that's when I really have forgotten that the camera's rolling. So where are we? We're 40 minutes in, and I think this is about an hour. Yeah, it's 59 minutes long. So we're getting there. Please comment and let me know what you're working on at the moment. You know, are your techniques the same as mine? Have you any other techniques that you like and always work with? My techniques tend to stay the same from one painting to another. I mean, they can vary a little bit, you know. Sometimes they'll vary slightly. I mean, I could have done all this area here with the PanPastels like I did with the tail, but I just wanted to achieve a little bit more, what's the word? I wanted the colours to vary a lot more, and it was just quicker. Instead of holding all the PanPastels on a tray in front of me, it was just quicker just to have a bunch of pencils in my hand and just quickly scribbing base layers with those instead. So all the base layers now on the face and ears, and because this is a bigger area on the body, I just wanted to wax some PanPastel on, get rid of that, the base colour of the paper. And the base colour of this paper, I don't know if it's called Buttercup now, something like that. It's a yellowy beige colour paper. Since filming this, I've actually got some new studio lighting, so hopefully the lighting on future videos will be better. And that was a big skip forward. So because the body is literally worked the same as we worked the tail. Get the base coats on. Then go on with your darkest pencils, building up some guidelines so you know the direction in which the fur is going to be going, and then you start building up your lighter colours, lighter colours, lighter colours, until you get to your whites and creams. Obviously, too much white, you need to knock it back with glazes, which is what I've done. That's why some of the fur looks slightly pink. It's just to give that rolling motion. I'm doing actions in the air with my hands that you can't see, but starting off at the shoulder, it goes down, dips in slightly, and then comes back out, curves round to the back and over his knee. And just, you know, that is all just knowing the direction that you want to take the fur and building up different colours. You know, also, what I remember, also, if you put a colour in that you didn't mean to, so say I went on with some turquoise blue, for instance, and, you know, it wasn't meant to be there, it was, you know, a mistake. Don't just leave it in that one area, even though you didn't intend for it to be there. Add it somewhere else in a few more places, and then work on top of it. Because the thing is, if it's something like turquoise blue, or, you know, something that really wouldn't necessarily be there, if you've added it elsewhere and then you notice it in the finished painting, it looks like it should be there because it's not just in one place. But if it was to go into one place and you don't add it anywhere else, then it looks like a colour in the wrong place. You know, it looks like a mistake then. So there's always, don't worry about making mistakes. There's, in actual fact, there's really nothing's a mistake really. It's a learning curve. You just learnt how not to do it, or if you picked up a colour by mistake and applied it, then next time you'll look, you'll double check the colours that you've got in your hand before you apply them, or double check the colours you've got on your palette if you're painting. So never let anything hold you back. Never let people telling you can't paint hold you back. It's your life, it's your art life, it's your learning curve. Never let lack of time hold you back. Even if you've got 20 minutes while the dinner's on, pick up a piece of paper, get yourself a little sketch pad and a pencil and just doodle. Never let anything hold you back. If you're unable to hold a pencil, get a big paintbrush. If you're unable to do, tiny details, work on something that doesn't involve lots of details. Work on large landscapes, seascapes, things like that. So if you want to be creative, never let anything hold you back. It's your life, and it's just a big opportunity that you don't want to miss. If you've got a creative heart, heart's a muscle. You need to exercise it. Exercise those creative muscles. So going on with the lighter parts now, it's all the same. It really is all the same. All of these techniques are suitable for beginners, working dark to light, and you can work light to dark. It's entirely up to you. Keep a swatch of paper next to you. Experiment on a piece of scrap paper before trying new techniques on your projects. That's another thing to keep in mind, and that goes with obviously any mediums as well, especially things like watercolours, where it can be a little bit more tricky to rectify mistakes, if you want to call them that. But with dry mediums such as this, really the only thing I could do at the minute that would be problematic for me is if I ran out of tooth. So if I put so much pastel on that the paper was now, the tooth of the paper was now full and didn't want to take any more layers, that would be problematic. But if you get to that point, just spray your painting, your pastel painting or your coloured pencil painting with a spray fixative. What this does, it fixes everything in place and adds a layer of tooth. So it can alter your values slightly, it can dull your lights slightly, but that's something you'd have to contend with and go over the top with. I've got a review of the Loxley fixative, and that is phenomenal. That really is. And I know Clairefontaine have released a fixative as well, but the Clairefontaine fixative actually wets everything down. It is visibly wet. You have to wait for it to dry. It comes in a spritz, a spray. Whereas the Loxley fixative, I could work on that straight away. I didn't have to wait for anything to dry, and only affected my values, my lights and my darks. Made the darks darker, took the lights slightly darker, but not too much. But as I said, the Loxley fixative in a can, I didn't have any problems with that at all. And there is a video on my channel reviewing that fixative spray. It's available here in the UK. I'm not sure if it's available abroad, but it's something you could look into. Winsor & Newton also do a fixative spray, which I've used in the past, and that's worked fine as well. So yeah, if you ever come to a point in your art projects where you found you have made a mistake or you don't like where it's going, there's room for manoeuvre in every art project, or I've found there's always a way around. If there's a big mountain in your way, there's always a way around it. Getting quite not philosophy, what is it? I can't think. I'm just having the drink of my coffee. Okay, so just tidying up around his head now, and those highlights that have gone in that's a little bit of glazing, and working negatively I was going up towards and in between the little light coloured hairs, just a little bit more shaping. And now the foreground, and I'm not going to concentrate on this too much. If this is something if you'd like to see me do more botanical work, then please let me know. Obviously my channel is for wildlife, so that would include flora and fauna of all different descriptions, but this is something that is just, I just wanted to play now. I've done the squirrel, he's sitting there ready, and I just wanted to get the foreground in. All I did was use one of the soft art sponges, the same company that makes the blue plastic tools that you saw earlier in the video. And I just got my PanPastels out, and I was just splodging this sponge in to the PanPastels. You can mix them as well. All the colours are intermixable. You can mix them on the paper, or I sometimes get a sheet of printer paper and I mix the colours on there like a little palette. And I'm just picking up different colours, splodging them on to the, I love that word, splodging them onto the paper, very random. So what I'm doing is now, if I was to think about each little leaf that I wanted to create in this painting, it would have taken me hours, literally hours. And 9 times out of 10, it would look too false. So what I did, same sort of idea that I was doing in the background, picking up colours and splodging them on. So different shapes, just using that, the rounded surface, there you go. So lots of shapes, all different shapes, splodged on, all different shades of green. Nature is amazing. You can use every shade of green in a painting and it will look okay. Don't do the same with blues though. Blues don't work like that, but greens do. So lots of different shapes, and then square inch by square inch I just concentrated on getting some in focus foliage around the squirrel. Now I didn't want in focus foliage coming right to the bottom of the paper, for the simple reason is that's the foreground, and because of the depth of field I'm using, the visual depth of field I'm using in this project, the foreground, the plants in the foreground wouldn't be in focus. Else things further away from the squirrel would be in focus as well. I wanted a shallow depth of field, so just the squirrel and just his immediate surroundings, the foliage that's immediately surrounding him, I wanted to be in focus. So that's why I just concentrated my efforts on that little area and then blended it out. Oh, if it was only that quick, just those little leaves just popped up there. So yeah, just stay focused. And obviously when you're working a painting, you've got to remember that on a subject, if you start to add lots of detail into one area, unless you deliberately make the rest of the animal out of focus, if it's sitting on the same plane, i.e. as in photography, the same distance away from the viewer, it will retain all the same amount of detail, unless there's a vinaigrette appearance around it or something like that you want to work into a painting. So I knew that the amount of detail in the squirrel would have to be mirrored in the foliage that was right up against the squirrel. Hope that makes sense. So yeah, it's just using a variety of greens, and all of this is made up. They're just generic leaves, I guess you could say. Yeah. I'll do some botanical work for the channel if you'd like me to. I used to do quite a bit of botanical work, but something that I haven't got round to for quite a while now, for quite a few years. But it is nice. I mean, it's interesting working from still life or chopping open an apple or something like that and painting from life. It's all lovely. So just working with all the base coats. Obviously we're done with the PanPastel and the sponge, and now the rest of the work on the foreground is going to be done with just pastel pencils, nothing else. I'm working dark to light and light to dark, just give you a rough idea of how I do this. But I've not gone into too much detail on this. It's just you've got about 5 minutes now, and then we're drawing to an end. I can't believe my voice has actually lasted this long. I'm looking at my throat lozenges because I'm going to have one as soon as this is finished. But I will make, talking about the pastel pencils again, the sharpening. I will make a little short video about that because I know a lot of people struggle getting a fine point onto the pastel pencils, and all I do is I get a Stanley blade, Stanley knife, and I just shear away some of the wood surround that surrounds the pigment of the pencil, all different brands. I do it with all the brands, and then I sharpen the pastel pencil on a piece of sandpaper by rolling it on its side, you know, rubbing it side to side, and that's it really. And it's just really quick. I've never trusted pencil sharpeners with pastel pencils. I've very rarely used pencil sharpeners with any pencils at all. Coloured pencils, yes, if I want a nice sharp point, but apart from that, it's normally a knife and sandpaper for most things. I guess it's just one of those things, isn't it, you get used to. A lot of companies have come out with their own pencil sharpeners for pastel pencils, but I've not used any of them. So if any, you know, art manufacturers want to send me them, I'll try all them, but I don't have any of my own. And again, when you're working like this and you are making something up as you go along, just try to keep it really random. Yeah, you'll see in the finished painting in a minute that all the foreground is done, and then it's only quite tightly round the, I was going to say otter then, oh my word, round the squirrel, that the leaves are actually in focus. The rest is just blended away. And that's something you can do. I mean, you can put as much detail in as you want, and then once it's done, there you go, it's all out of focus. You can just blend it away with your fingers, the in focus parts that you don't want. And that's him finished. Lovely little red squirrel. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for all of the subscribers I've got so far. It's just love you to bits. It's amazing. Please share with your friends and families. Share on Facebook if you want. You can link any of my videos, and I'll pop everything I've used in this project in the description below. And join up with me on social media. I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, MeWe and Twitter. And obviously I do have the website as well, www.kerrynewell.com. There you go, there's all the social media links. Take care everybody, and thank you if you're still here, you know, thank you for staying till the end of the video. It is really appreciated, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Take care, stay creative and stay safe. Bye bye.